There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any against? Motion carries. We now go to item 6. Item 6 is direction to staff. What is the council's pleasure for item 6?
Honorable Mayor, I'd ask for a motion that the mayor and council direct the city manager and the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session.
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Item 7, I've requested that we continue to the next meeting, August 19th, if that's okay. And so we now move to item 9. Time has been set aside for discussion of additional and new revenue options for the city. Mr. Manager.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, thank you for the time today and the direction you gave us to explore a variety of different potential revenue options focused on the general fund. And Angel Ozomalam, our Business Services Director, is here to present the different options that we've explored, but also our recommendations as staff for you to consider. And as just kind of a brief overview of what that looks like on this particular item, there is a tax or a revenue that we don't currently apply, but other peer cities do. It's an advertising privilege tax. We have a recommendation for that. We do have pawn shop transaction fees, but we have a recommendation to adjust those. We do have a public utility tax, and we have a recommendation to adjust that. With regard to wastewater removal services and whether those are taxed, my recommendation to you is to direct me to come back with further study on that. And then we have a recommendation on the transient occupancy tax or the bed tax in order to convert it from having a percentage-based tax and a surtax flat amount to convert it to all percentage and then round it up to the 9%. And then also do the same with the short-term rental or the Airbnb type, convert to a percentage, but on that case, take it to a 10% level. So with that, that's just kind of the overview and the recommendations, but Angel will go through in further detail.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I will begin by providing an overview of fiscal 25 and fiscal 26 general revenue situation. I will touch briefly on LTAF and liquor license taxes and fees, and then we'll go into the meat of the conversation focusing on fiscal 26 new revenue initiatives, and then we will recap the staff recommendations that the city manager outlined earlier. There we go. Our preliminary calculation of fiscal 25 revenues suggests a potential shortfall of $11 million. And that is preliminary, that is very early. We're still looking at the numbers. That might change, and I'm hoping favorably. We know that during the We know that during the adoption of the fiscal 26 budget, we had a $6.6 million stuck in the overall revenue numbers, assuming that we would look further into new revenue initiatives. We already have a $1 million knocked off of that 6.6, and that is an agreement, an increase in the Visit Tucson agreement for fiscal 26. So now we're looking at a balance of additional revenues needed of $16.6 million for fiscal 26. Not yet. There we go. I will touch briefly on LTAF. Let me just point out that it is not a usable option for the city of Tucson, given the court case that surrounded that topic. Liquor license, taxes, and fees, we are working on comparison with other Arizona jurisdictions, and we will be bringing that back to mayor and council. There we go. All right, on the list of new revenue initiatives, I will be providing you the methods necessary for enactment. I will be providing you estimated annual additional revenues and the possible rate change on these items. Okay. I don't know what's happening. Okay, we begin with advertising privilege tax. And let me say from the onset, this is one of the items that city manager is recommending. We're looking at a possible 2%, a possible increase, not increase, because we currently do not have an advertising privilege tax. So we're looking at possible, considering a rate change of 2.6%, that will net us approximately $470,000.
And Jill, before you continue, what other cities have advertising privilege tax?
We have information on the city of Phoenix, Mesa, Glendale, Scottsdale, Tempe, and Chandler, and their rates range from 0.5% to 2.9%.
Okay, and the city of Tucson does not have advertising privilege tax?
Not at the moment.
Okay, go ahead.
We have I'm sorry.
And to be precise, Mayor, members of the council, and it is a permissible taxable category within the Model Cities Tax Code. It's just that, and Tucson has it in our code, but we've always assigned it a 0% tax rate. So the mayor and council in the past have discussed whether to impose the same level of tax that we apply to other taxable categories, but over the years that change has not been made. So it's in our code, but it's just set at 0%.
Okay.
We have the ability to tax it up to the 2.6.
Okay.
Right, next item. Pawn shop secondhand fees and license taxes. This is another item that city manager is recommending. It will require mayor and council vote. With an estimated additional revenue of $400,000. Currently, we have a charge of $1 per transaction. We also have a license fee of $50 for organizations or businesses that have less than 1,000 transactions. For businesses with 1,000 or more transactions, we charge an annual license tax of $1,000. So if we were to raise the rate from $1 per transaction to $3 per transaction, we have an estimated revenue of $400,000.
And that doesn't include the license fee of $1,000?
Doesn't include the license fee. The license fee is just $50.
Okay.
The same.
Okay. How do we compare on this issue with other cities?
We have information again for the cities I outlined earlier. Phoenix has a application fee of $130, $30 per year license fee, and $3.50 per transaction.
Okay.
We have, let me give you the next highest one. Glendale has $115 application fee, $55 per year license fee, and they have no transaction fee.
Okay.
We'll run the slides from the back, just say that.
Okay. Next slide, please. All right, we're looking at the peddler license, tax, and fee again. This requires mayor and council approval. The estimated revenue on that is a minimal $1,500, and that is with a possible rate change to $100 from a $50 occupational license fee. And this is not an item we're recommending since the return is negligible. Next slide, please. Item number 4 is the item that will net us the largest revenue return. That, of course, is the public utility tax rate increase. It requires mayor and council vote. And we currently have a rate of 4.5%. That's public utility tax, and combined with the 2.6% privilege tax, we have a total of 7.1%. In total, that comes through the public utilities. If we're considering a 5% increase with a 2.6% privilege tax, that will take us up to a rate of 7.6% for a net estimated revenue of $5.3 million. And we also provided information to mayor and council in the memo that shows that the other communities that we looked at did not have a public utility tax rate. Next slide, please. Wastewater removal privilege tax. Like the advertising tax, this is a tax that is currently in our code, but at a rate of 0%. We're considering a possible rate, or we factored in a possible rate of 2.6%. That would net us $3.2 million. And this is recommended that we investigate this further before we bring an item to mayor and council for full approval. Next slide, please. All right, this item, let me quickly say, is revenue neutral. It will net us no more than what we're currently collecting. Currently, the rate is 6% with $4 per room surtax. If we change the rate to 8.65% with a $0 per room surtax, our revenue picture will not change. And this is not an item that we're recommending. Next slide, please. Item number 7 also has the same effect. It is revenue neutral. And of course, it is moving the rate from 6% with a $4 per room surtax to 8% with a $1 per room surtax. And this is not an item that staff is recommending. Item number 8. Next slide, please. Item number 8 is a transit occupancy room surtax, and that is a possible increase of $5 from $4, and that we're hoping would net us $1.9 million. And mayor and council vote is also required on this item.
Is that recommended or no?
Number 9, no.
Number 8, no.
No,
No.
that one's not recommended.
Next slide, please. Number 9 is the transit occupancy tax, moving the rate from 6% to 7%. Again, that would require mayor and council vote. Net us an additional $2.9 million in revenue. And of course, that is factoring a rate change of 7% from the 6%. We have also information for the other communities that I cited earlier. with Glendale having the highest rate, and that is 7.9%. This is not recommended. Next slide, please. Item number 10 is recommended, and that is an increase from 6% to 9% on the transit occupancy tax. Of course, that would require mayor and council vote, and it would net us about $1.1 million. And again, this is with a change from 6% to 9%.
Would the $4 still apply?
It would be in
That-
lieu of the $4.
Yes,
So
that would
it would be eliminating the per night.
I've got some data on that I got to talk about.
Alrighty, so if I may, item number 9 says increase the transient occupancy tax from 6 to 7%, and the estimated additional revenue is 2.9 million. It doesn't make mathematical sense with item 10, transient occupancy tax increased from 6 to 9%, but estimated additional revenue at 1.1. What's the difference?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the question, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. In item 9 and 10, what's not shown is the dollars that come from the $4 per night surtax. So item 9, to be a little bit more explicit, right now we have a $4 per night surtax and the 6% rate. It would hold the $4 per night and go up by 1% to 7%. So that's why it generates additional revenue. On item 10, while the rate goes from 6 to 9%, we actually eliminate the surtax. So the surtax is eliminated but converted to a percentage. And that actually, if you just did the straight math, it'd be about 8.65%. But my recommendation is to convert it all to a percentage, but round it up to 9. So that's why you get a little bit of additional revenue there, but you're no longer charging that separate surtax.
Okay, and so, let me take, I'm thinking because I'm trying to figure out, I know that the surtax has always come into the general fund. Can you describe to us or explain to us, why would we want to let go of that and go into a percentage, like a straight up percentage without the surtax?
That's a great point, Mayor. Thank you for bringing that forward. So, correct, when the tax is applied as a percentage in this case, it all has to, or there's formulas that apply that it largely has to be earmarked for tourism. So it does go into the general fund, but it has that end use to support tourism on the back end of it, whereas the surtax does not. So it does give up flexibility. However, what we're recommending is that, and it's actually in other additional items to come, that when we look at how much capacity we have for spending in tourism, and if we do, which is under a separate item, looking at the downtown district as a tourism, including the Sunlink streetcar and things of that nature, that flexibility issue doesn't impact us, doesn't restrain us too much, because we will have built up more than enough need in the tourism capacity that would qualify for these dollars. So it simplifies things, it gets something out of our code that nobody else has, generates a little bit more dollars. We give up some flexibility, but we actually have a lot of good uses for it, which does include one of the major transit elements, which was one of the goals here too.
And how does that 9% compare to other cities?
We have Glendale with the largest percentage rate charged of 7.9%, and the lowest is Chandler with 4.4%.
Okay. And those cities don't have the surcharge? Correct, okay. All righty. Councilmember Ulick?
Is that the end of the presentation?
No.
One more slide?
Yes.
And then I'm ready with a
All righty, well,
motion.
let's finish the presentation and we'll open it up for questions.
All right. Short-term rentals, transient occupancy tax and room surtax. This item is also recommended. It will require mayor and council vote. And this item is to be considered in conjunction with item number 10. Hence, the reason reflected on this slide are two amounts. The $640,000 is what will come in additionally if we have just a straight surtax, a straight transient occupancy tax only on short-term rentals. The 450,000 is in conjunction with item 10, which is the 9%. So included in that 1.1% in item 10 is the additional surtax of 9%, transient occupancy tax of 9% on short-term rentals.
Okay, so this option would be if we change the transient occupancy tax to 10% and charge 0 per room per night, it would be $450,000 generated. Okay, and it's 10%
Just for
versus the
short-term,
9
short-term.
versus the 9% for the hotel.
Yes.
Okay. And then the $650,000 would be if it were to be 10% transient occupancy plus charging the per room per night.
Honorable Mayor, that's not quite correct.
Okay,
On either of those dollar amounts, the surtax goes away. The dollar per night or dollars per night goes away. It's just whether it goes to 9% or 10%.
oh, okay. So 450 would be 9% and 650 would be 10%.
It's actually the opposite.
The opposite.
Even though, and we'll unpack that a little bit
Okay.
further. If you adopt our recommendation on 10,
Okay,
then that percentage will have already converted and gone up, in which case you would adopt 11 and 10, you get less money on 11 because you've already gained money on 10.
10, yes.
And yes, our math doesn't look like it maths, but here it actually maths.
okay,
But it is a bit confusing how we propose it, and that's on me.
okay.
Next.
And then go ahead and finish the
Slide, please.
Oh, there we go. That's what we need.
And the next slide is a list of the recommendations that our city manager outlined to mayor and council earlier. Implementing an advertising privilege tax would give us $470,000. The pawn shop transaction fees would give us $400,000. Increase in public utility tax, $5.3 million, and that is the largest return on the list of items to be considered. Direct staff, for item 5, we're asking for direction to investigate that further. Item number 10, implementing a transient occupancy tax of 9% in place of the 6% and eliminating the surtax will net us about $1.1 million, and increasing the short-term transient occupancy tax from 6% to 10% in conjunction with item 10 would net us $450,000.
now we can open it up for questions. Councilmember Ulick.
I'd actually like to go ahead and put a motion on the table to accept the manager's recommendations, and a few comments if I could, if there's even a second to discuss that.
Alrighty, there's a motion. May I have a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second.
Thanks.
And Councilmember?
Thank you. I know there will be plenty of discussion. Number one, I want to thank staff and also folks around this table. I know everybody's been tossing in ideas. Could you look into this? Could you look into that? But really, great job, team, because this is $7.6 million that we need and I think is well calibrated to keep the community competitive economically, and to make sure that we're always thinking about how this is going to impact businesses, local businesses especially, and residents in the community. I do want to remind folks too, because what starts happening is we look at the chart of occupancy tax and we look at a chart for another isolated tax. The context is so important as well. Phoenix did pass, the mayor and council is allowed by charter to pass a half-cent sales tax increase this spring. So as we look at Chandler or Phoenix or other cities, we need to remember what we're doing is with a sales tax that is now lower than many of the valley cities up in Maricopa. And I just thought that was a real critical point to make. I appreciate that you didn't recommend the peddler license fees. That's just an example of it's $1,500, and that $1,500 needs to stay with the peddlers. Thank God they're out there doing their great work in our community. For the future, not for right now, the business licensing fee levels interest me, and it sounds like there are ways to differentiate the type of business, like pawn shops, for example. I just wanted to plant a seed that perhaps looking at a scale for business license fees that would call out 24/7 operations, smoke shops, liquor stores, gas stations. We know for sure that TPD and fire and other public safety and probably other resources really do pour into those establishments. And beyond even the business license fees, if there are other hooks that we can, that are fair, that are justified, but even just by hours of operation, let alone what is being sold, I think there could be something there, and I'll just leave it at that and open it up.
I'm going to call on Councilmember Cunningham and then the Vice Mayor.
Councilman Ulick, thanks for the motion. I should have talked to you about 10. It's the only one that I'm gonna recommend that we do all of them but 10, and this is why. So I got some numbers from Visit Tucson, and one of the things that we're up against is the walking out the door tax for everyone. The walking out the door tax. So for Chandler is only 11.67. For unincorporated Pima County, it's 12.05, who our hotels compete directly with. And we pay 12.05 plus the $4, which our hoteliers already do. By enacting this, we go to 15.05. Phoenix is out the door is 12.57, Sedona 13.9, 14.02 for Scottsdale, 14.07 for Tempe, 14.27 for Mesa, 14.55 for Oro Valley. So there's one problem with that. The other thing is that this is a moving target on the math piece. I think we could probably go to our hoteliers in a year and say, hey, it's really not much of a difference between 8.75 or 9% and dial it back. But right now, for the most part, if you look at the Tucson area, the Tucson airport hotels are already paying an aggregate of 15.36. So if we enact this, their aggregate would be 15.05. And I don't know if the math is math in there. The other piece is that's just a Tucson airport. Downtown, we're making 15% already as it is on the average room night per night. And then Midtown, we're making 14.94. So we're already making about 15%. So I put into question some of the million. I think the short term to 10% is really smart. I think one of the things that's happened is the higher night room rates are the ones for Airbnbs that have multiple bedrooms, and we're not getting a per bed tax. So I think the 10% short term is going to be a little higher than that 640, but messing around with the hoteliers who are already competing with Pima County in our tourism-based economy to some degree, I just think that's a bad mojo to be messing with. I think we could probably talk to them over the next year and see if there's some way to compromise, but that's the one that I just don't think is a prudent move right now. I've been in touch with both hoteliers, the stakeholders, and Visit Tucson, and they're just not ready for this one. And so I totally respect the motion. I think staff has done an amazing job with the recommendations. And 1, 2, 4, 5, and 11 are totally sit well with me as far as moving forward. But number 10, I don't think we're ready for that. And I think also as a body, we're gonna take a lot of flack in that we might shoot ourselves in the foot with things like the Gem Show, with things like the Jehovah's Witnesses who come to town. We just hosted a big festival this summer. Then we have Dusk, and we have the We have Snoop Dogg. So we have all those things coming in, and a lot of those are hotel rooms, and I do not want to mess with the situation where our hoteliers are going, oh, that's terrible. So that's my
Councilmember,
thoughts.
can you repeat the percentages again in Pima County and surrounding areas?
100%. So our out the door is 12.05% plus $4. So the first $100 is plus $4. So if the number goes up per room, our percentage goes down. But if you do an average room rate for us, we're already getting, for the most part, between our low at Tucson, Midtown, and East Side is getting about 14.94. Downtown's getting 15 even, and the airport's actually getting 15.36. So we're already getting those if you
Percentages.
aggregate that out, we're already almost getting to 1505, which is what our out the door would be
Okay.
already. And I think the reason is our higher numbers are actually Airbnbs that are still listed in hotels.com. And as a guy who has an Airbnb, or my dad did, I do. Anyway, the point is that I'm okay to take that hit. I want to promote people to not do Airbnbs and possibly do residential anyway. So I'm okay with that, the short-term rental
Yeah.
definition. But I just don't, we've got some independent hotel operators that have to compete against.
Yeah.
One of them that compete against everybody.
Yeah.
We're kind of jamming them up
Yeah.
by changing anything.
I just want to make sure that we're comparing ourselves to the percentages, like Oro Valley and Marana. And,
Yeah, so Oro Valley's out the door. Let me get it. Oro Valley's out the door is 14.55.
Okay.
So we'd be at 15. Right now, we'd go to 15.05. Unincorporated Pima County, and this is the big piece, is only 12.05. So we're now up 3% every $100.
Okay.
That's where it becomes a thing.
So is this an amendment to the motion that you're suggesting? I'm not,
I wasn't sure what I should do here, whether I should do a substitute or ask for a friendly amendment or whatever. I just wanted to put that perspective out there so you guys knew that I was trying to be collaborative on it.
and could I understand, when you say you would like to withdraw number 10, are you suggesting that we remain with the current percent plus $4? Or that we?
Yes, the one thing about the one thing that works with the $4 is, one, everybody's already accepted it. It's what we got.
Yeah.
Two, we still get, even on the discount rooms, we still get our $4.
Okay.
So
I do want to ask
the percentage goes
financing.
down as
I
the rate goes
understand.
higher.
To the point of the contracts that we have with Visit Tucson, the Arts Foundation, I know different elements. I just want to make sure that we're not undermining efforts to, for example, define tourism more accurately and broadly in terms of our investments, and whether this reversion back to the $4 would undermine some of the thoughts on having investments in, for example, the downtown tourism district and enterprise.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Ulick, staying with it, not advancing number 10 and staying with our current tax on hotel tax would not hold back our ability to still move forward with everything you just described. It would not constrain our ability, because to the mayor's point earlier, the $4 still gets collected, and it is very flexiable on how we use it. So it still could be applied to concepts to invest in the downtown
Thank
area
you.
and things of that nature. So
One other
yeah,
question.
so.
I'm sorry, and I guess this is further discussion on a potential amendment to the motion, because I would like to see us leave today with $7.6 million, right? Ready to go because we've got urgency and we know it, and so we might as well move forward, in my view, sooner rather than later. If we were to withdraw number 10, I'm so glad that we're calling out the short-term rentals, and I wonder whether there's a way to make up the $1 million by, in a fair and right way, bumping that. And Paul, if I could just finish the thought, because I have thought about this too, the stress in neighborhoods. I mean, they're great, right? Folks, and hopefully middle-income folks are renting out their casitas and they have a new source of income. I mean, all of that's really good. However, we do know that again, in terms of police calls and neighborhood concerns about parties and trash, and the short-term rentals can generate that. So I don't know how to think about this, but I'm just wondering if we can differentiate between stays of less than 7 days and more, or something that kind of hits a sweet spot where we say then a surcharge kicks in. What I'm not clear on is whether that should be toward the 7-day stays or the longer stays, or the one-night stays versus. So if we are to proceed as potentially amended and remove, I would like us to continue and perhaps ask the manager to come back along with the 24/7 business idea, with just drilling down on the short-term rental piece to see if we can recoup the $1 million that way.
Before, I like the idea and I like how you're thinking, but before we make an amendment or anything, I
Yes.
would really like to hear from everyone
Absolutely.
on the. Vice Mayor?
All right, thank you, Mayor. When I gave direction to explore these fees and taxes as a way to offset the cost of fare-free transit, I assumed that that's exactly how the information would come back to Mayor and Council. Instead, the way we're presenting the information today recommends both increasing these fees and reinstating fares. And I want to be clear that that was not the direction. This wasn't about just closing a general fund gap. It was about sustaining our fare-free public transit, a commitment that this council made in response to the need of working people, our students, seniors, and families across Tucson. I believe that balancing this year's budget by bringing fares back and increasing fees at the same time is a move that disproportionately impacts low-income residents, and that is unacceptable. I support implementing these targeted fees and taxes, but only to continue offering transit as a public good, not as a double burden. Our city budget, like our personal budgets, has fixed income for fixed costs. When these costs go up, we have to figure out how to cover them without undercutting the services our community relies on. So I'll say it again, these fees should be used to keep transit free, not to undo the progress that we've made. And with that said, I want to ask, when can we expect the findings of the ongoing revenue sources like the liquor license tax and fees and the naming rights agreement for the TCC coming back to us?
We should be able to bring this information back to Mayor and Council possibly at the next meeting, if not the first meeting in September.
That includes the liquor license.
What I'll add to that answer is the naming rights agreement will be longer. We are still working out details on the naming rights agreement. That's more like fall. But for the other items you mentioned, next meeting.
And I really like the idea of business licenses based on the services that are necessary to keep those places of business safe and the public safe as well. I know that Councilwoman Lee is in line, and then Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one point, Tim, I think that's really important that we talk about is a lot of the sentiment that I've heard is don't go grabbing money until you do what you need to do to cut costs. And I know that's been happening because you've said the deficit was this and now it's this, and there's millions of dollars that are just wiped away from the deficit number. But I think it's really important that we talk about where the cuts are happening versus just swiping for more money, because that is a big conversation that I think we need to have. So the more you can make that visible and we can demonstrate that we're making those cuts and we're doing those hard things and not just trying to grab money wherever we can, I think is going to be really critical right now. That's my only feedback.
Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of clarifying questions. With the motion, the recommendation is to implement them. Would there have to be further discussions at a regular session, a public hearing on any or some of these items?
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Dahl. So there are required procedures for the increase or establishment of either taxes or fees. And the sources of those requirements both come from Arizona statute that require a minimum of at least 60 days public notice on our online prior to adoption by the mayor and council. But we also have a intergovernmental agreement with the Arizona Department of Revenue with respect to the collection of taxes. And so any of the tax changes are subject to the notice requirements under those procedures. Generally, what you should be thinking of is it's about a 4-month process.
And then we,
Yeah, absolutely.
okay, thank you, that, I appreciate that.
May I respond further? Mayor to Councilmember Dahl. Mine is on. I'm sorry. We anticipate, should mayor and council at a meeting of possibly, I'm trying to give us a date here, at a meeting of possibly around October, choose to have us go through with this item. We will not see full implementation of these items, some of these items, until January 2026.
Thank you.
And a breakdown of the timeline was provided to mayor and council members yesterday.
Thank you. Sorry, I missed that. Another clarifying question on the public utility taxes, and thank you for answering the questions through the memo. I just want to confirm that there's only 3 utilities that this would affect. Tucson Electric Power, Southwest Gas, Tucson Water, none of the cable or telecommunication utilities.
We anticipate, because, let me go for my notes on public utility tax to answer you correctly.
Sure.
Public utility tax is imposed on electricity, Southwest Gas, Tucson Water, and also telecommunications. The information that was provided based on questions from council members, that information was provided only on the 3 utility companies, which would be Tucson Water, Southwest Gas, and Electric Power. How the rates would affect telecommunications, I believe it should be across the board just as it would the other utilities, because public communications is also taxed public utility taxes.
Yeah, and we had asked for what an average residential person would be paying on a monthly or annual basis. And so we got for those three utilities, but
Okay.
we don't have, and I assume this was figured out to give the total that we would get. And I imagine it would be different because people have different cable companies and such like that. But the 112 per month is low because people have cable and people have other telecommunication utilities that this would be applied to. So I don't think we have full information. And in general, this makes me, I have some concerns because this is just a pass-through. The companies aren't paying for it. We're asking our residents to pay for this tax. And as long as we're clear when we're doing that, and since it's going to come back to us, I'm not going to object to whatever motion finally works out, but I just wanted to state on the record, and unfortunately, that's the bulk of our money. Maybe it's time to do it. I don't know. Thank you.
Councilwoman Lee?
I think you read my mind, Mayor. I did ask my question, but that was another question I had, is just the acknowledgement that those additional rate increases would go on to consumers, because we have other things on the agenda tonight that around electric and around cost, and we've heard loud and clear that people are tired of their rates going up, especially around electricity. If this is just another way of those fees being passed on to consumers, I would like to understand the full scope of what that looks like to folks as well, because that's really important.
Any others?
I would concur with Vice Mayor Santa Cruz. I do appreciate where we've kind of landed on this. I think I'm amenable to the direction that Councilmember Cunningham has stated in terms of, I think it was item 10 within the slate of fees. That being said, to the point of this was developed with the assumption that there would be a simultaneous reinstatement of our transit fares, and I'm not entirely sure that was the ask of Mayor and Council at the time that this was an ask of our administration. And so I ask for us as we kind of go forward, if there are any changes, that we do so cognizant of this being able to sustain our current investments within our social services.
Tim, Mr. Manager, and then Councilmember Ulick.
Honorable Mayor, if I may address the Vice Mayor and Ward 5 question there. If you adopt this slate of fees as proposed, or even as modified, if item 10 is delayed in some way or whatnot, you will have closed the FY26 budget deficit that was adopted, and the FY26 budget transit is fully funded and is fare-free. So you have another item coming up, and that was separate for a very intentional reason, which is, this is not saying, I have a recommendation there as well, but these fees do not implicate anything with respect to whether or not you reinstate fares for on transit. What these do is, absent collecting fares, you have a balanced budget. So they do fund ongoing current state of the transit system in a fare-free capacity for the current fiscal year. In that other item, we have to talk about the long-term sustainability of that.
And in the next item as well, there is information about the possibility of having a conversation with Pima County about funding transit. Pima County has been funding transit at, I believe, $7.6 million for unincorporated area services. And so in our next conversation, I would like to make sure that we ask the Pima County Board of Supervisors that they invest equally in urban residents as they are in unincorporated area residents. I believe that the Pima County Board of Supervisors should invest the same amount of $7.6 million in urban bus drivers and transit riders as they do in unincorporated areas. So I just wanted to make sure that we also added that because we haven't had an opportunity to discuss. Councilmember Ulick.
Yeah, I totally concur with the Vice Mayor here. And, you know, as we know, right, narratives are written about how we're making decisions, what's actually being solved for. It actually drives me crazy that whenever we talk about the budget, it's what about that hole in the budget because of fare-free transit? Not what about the hole in the budget because we have given our employees more fair and competitive wages and compensation? What about, it could be about anything, but it's always about that. And we'll talk about that. I think I understand what's driving that sort of narrative to not budge, but to be clear, roughly, I think, our transit investment pre-COVID was around $60 million a year, and now it's $70 million or so a year. It's gone up by about $10 million, and that's the magic. How dare you spend $10 million more on transit? That's over a 5-year span, roughly a 15% increase. It's about a 3% per year increase. And so as we talk about the fare issue, I just think we want to peel away what I'm hearing about that, and I'll do that under the next item. There's also conversation, I think this is important, let's talk about our transit system when we get there and all the different elements, and as you're alluding to the RTA investment, partners, the streetcar. If we want to solve for issues in our transit system, I think that's fine. But to make our budget challenges out to be about transit is absolutely false, I think. So having said that, I just want to be clear because I hear Councilmember Cunningham's proposed amendment, which I haven't accepted yet as the motion maker because I'm trying to figure out whether it wouldn't be prudent to move forward with the manager's recommendations. I support them as they stand into the next step, which would be to return to a regular agenda item, because I just want more time to figure out that million. And Paul, I know, obviously, you have dug real deep and done a lot of math, and you're really good at math. I just can't digest that right now, and I don't want to take it off the table until I get it. And so I hear you loud and clear. I'd like to move all these items forward, acknowledging the hesitations and that we're going to clearly, when it comes to regular agenda, have to continue the discussion if that's acceptable to the vice mayor who seconded the motion, just to proceed as the motion stands.
Yes.
If I may jump in right there, I like the direction that we're going. I also appreciate your points, Councilmember Cunningham. Maybe we do a little bit more digging before anything is instituted, while we give the direction as presented and recommended by the city manager, and see if there's any possibility of digging into others. I also want to add my support for the comments made by the vice mayor, in that this conversation started with us trying to figure out how to keep transit free. And this is, and I believe one of you had mentioned this previously, all of the issues that we're talking about today connect with each other. Economic opportunity and economic development, our prosperity initiative that the city of Tucson and Pima County passed, to make sure that one of the pieces in terms of the prosperity initiative is to keep mobility and transit as close to free as possible, or free. And how do we proceed as a community in terms of the fees and taxes as compared to other cities in the state? I want to reiterate what Councilmember Ulick talked about. The city of Tucson, mayor and council in our community went through an election in March, which we presented a package 414, which would have provided revenue to provide the services to our community to be a safe and thriving community. We, unlike Phoenix, had to go through an election. And our voters and the business community told us to find another way. Well, we're trying to find another way. And for me, it's important that we don't add additional burdens to working families and keep transit free. And that way, if we find a way to keep transit free this coming year, together with the community, we can find another way to continue funding transit and the services necessary to provide health, safety, and a good quality of life for our residents. So I just wanted to mention that, because this is how the entire conversation started. We are trying to find another way and be responsible and responsive to the needs of our community. Any other comments? Councilmember Ulick.
I won't go on. And I hear the concerns about the utility tax. I think it's important to remember we're asking everybody to contribute under that structure. Those who consume the most pay the most. And that's not to say that everybody wouldn't be touched by it. There are elements of it, I think, that when we look at different potential revenue sources, we always want to keep in mind how if there are disparate impacts and how that plays out. So I appreciate the question coming up, and I think that this is an option that actually, amongst other possibilities, is probably one of the the most fare that we have available to us.
Alrighty, so we have a motion on the floor and a second. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any against?
No.
Item passes by a vote of 6-1. Alrighty, so we move on to the next item. Let's see. Item 10. Mayor and council have been asked to provide direction on the Title VI Service Equity Analysis and Public Outreach required by the Federal Transit Administration. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Joining me here at the table is Director of Transportation Mobility, Sam Credio. And there's a few, a sequence of things to discuss in this item and potentially take action on. And so I'm going to turn it over to Sam to kind of lead that discussion. And we do have some recommendations for you, but of course, seeking your guidance and counsel along the way. With that, I'll give you Sam.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, and good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. We do have 3 items that we want to discuss with you this afternoon. Each one of them require, or at your pleasure, require some action. So what I'll do is I'll go through each of them and then pause for questions and possible direction from Mayor and Council. The 3 items we'd like to discuss with you this afternoon are the results of the public outreach related to the possible elimination of Route 5, the results of the fare equity analysis that was conducted for the 5 fare scenarios that were presented to you on April 8th, and then third, a conversation about the heart of Tucson and the role that Sunlink streetcar plays in that. So beginning with the Route 5 analysis, per your direction, we proceeded with public outreach regarding the potential elimination of Route 5. Route 5 travels along Pima and Speedway, roughly from Udall all the way out west to Pima Community College Campus West. In the month of May, staff completed 11 outreach events in person and as well as virtual. Through that process, we received 119 comments, either in person, verbally, sent via email, or phone calls. Additionally, we also received a petition advocating for maintaining service on Route 5, and the Tucson Transit Advisory Committee, TTAC, approved a motion at their June meeting in opposition of removing Route 5, which brings me to the results of those public outreach. Overwhelmingly, we heard a negative response from the public about the potential elimination of Route 5. Some of the concerns that we heard is losing direct access to Catalina High School, also Arizona School for Deaf and Blind. We also heard concerns about having to travel a half a mile north or half a mile south to other adjacent routes, and just overall connectivity for people along Route 5. So based on that feedback, we've brought a recommendation to you that is a little bit different than the recommendation we brought to you on April 8th, which is to consider some alternate service options to the elimination of Route 5, with the same goal of saving over $1 million in transit service. And so that recommendation that's included in your packet for this item is to revert back to the potential elimination of Route 22. Route 22 currently travels from Ronstadt to El Rio. It's one of the shorter routes, as well as has the lowest ridership in the entire system. And it is consistent with the results of the comprehensive operational analysis to eliminate Route 22. That is a major service change, so that would require direction from Mayor and Council to pursue public outreach and then schedule a public hearing. Ultimately, if that direction is given today, we expect that route change to take effect in February of 2026. Additionally, the SunTrans staff took a look at all of the transit routes in our system and looked for inefficient trips within specific routes. I believe I sent you a summary of those minor service changes yesterday, and essentially it involves taking out trips from areas that we saw very low ridership. And the combination of the major service change of the elimination of Route 22 plus those minor service changes saves about, or in fact, just a little bit more than the total elimination of Route 5. So with that, Mayor, I will pause there for questions, and that is an item we are seeking direction from Mayor and Council on today.
So if I may get a motion to do as recommended by the city manager and the Department of Transportation Director, so that we can pursue those additional ideas as opposed to eliminating Route 5. And then this way we can kind of take it step by step in terms of the direction requested.
Okay, so moved, Mayor.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this motion? Questions? Hearing.
Just want to say thank you for being responsive to the
Thank
community
you.
input.
Yeah, that
Good
is
job.
very good, very good. So hearing no other comments or questions, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Go ahead, Sam.
Thank you, Mayor. The next item we'd like to report back on is the results of the fare equity analysis that we conducted for the 5 fare scenarios that were presented on April 8th. The completed fare equity analysis is included in the material for this item as an attachment, and the findings are that there was no disproportionate burden to low-income individuals, and there is no disparate impact to minority populations for any of these 5 fare scenarios, which makes them available to the mayor and council if they wanted to take action on today. I do want to note that the approval of the Title VI Fare Equity Analysis is included on tonight's consent agenda. That does not bind the mayor and council to any fare scenario. It is part of our FTA requirements to seek approval of the study that was done. So I just want to call that out for you. Also included in the material for this item, we were asked to report on the potential ridership and revenue estimates for the 5 fare scenarios. So we did include that in the material. Lastly, we also provided an estimated timeline for return to fare collection, as well as estimated costs and in the material. And so today, what we're looking for is direction on the item. The recommendation on the table included in the item was to proceed with scenario 5, which is the return to fare collection with the 2018 fare structure, with the exception of creating a free low-income program for people that would qualify. So I will pause there, Mayor, and take any questions and provide an opportunity for direction. Thank you.
Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we direct city staff to maintain the fare-free transit.
Second.
There's a motion and a few seconds. There's a motion and a second. We should start with discussion and questions. Councilman Lee, and then Councilmember Cunningham, and Councilmember Ulick after that.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all for going through and doing this analysis. I know it was law, but thank you for doing it anyway. I just want to kind of zoom out a little bit and look at the general fund contribution to transit as it compares to other cities. We've been talking a lot today about what other cities are doing and basing our decisions off of that. And what I see in some research is that we're at about 9% of our general fund that we put from general fund into our transit system. And for a variety of reasons, a lot of other jurisdictions are not in that situation. Phoenix, Mayor, you've talked about it, is 0% of general fund contribution because they have taxed themselves to pay for their transit system. Mesa is 2.7% of general fund contribution. Tempe is 0. Albuquerque, 3.5, El Paso, 0, and Kansas City, it looks like 0.4%. So my concern, broadly speaking, as we look at the budget and we look at the deficit, is how can we get to a better balanced general fund contribution that is more in line with our peer jurisdictions through maybe a ballot initiative to fund transit, like other communities have decided to make those investments in ourselves. Because as we're looking down the road, I see that as a critical strategy to create is how do we get to 3.5%? You know, how do we get to 4.5? What percent do we feel comfortable with? And then how do we take steps to get there and come up with several different strategies to do so? So for me, I feel like I want to start talking about that and I want to start coming up with solutions. And for me, I see option 5 as a solution, making sure that folks who need access to the system at no cost or low cost have all of those options and still having the ability to collect fares from the folks who are able to pay for that. And so I feel comfortable with that motion, but I want to hear the rest of my colleagues and their thoughts. And we do have a motion on the floor as well. So
I absolutely agree with what your commentary is, Councilman Lee. And that is something that we have to have the conversation with the residents of Tucson. A couple of things that I have noticed. Many people ask me, why is it that in Phoenix, they have better roads? They have, better mobility options than Tucson. And we have to remember they have light rail and they have, and my response to people that ask me about their roads and their mobility options is that Phoenicians and Valley cities have chosen to invest and tax themselves for those things. And that has been the difference between Phoenix and Tucson. In Tucson, unfortunately, Tucsonans have not wanted to go there. And so we have to have a conversation with the community. What are they willing to pay for? With Proposition 411, we asked Tucsonans, do you want to invest in residential roads and safety and mobility? And they said yes. And so it is not like Tucsonans have a track record of not wanting to pay for things. What is the best package that we can present to them that they're willing to pay for? And I believe that Tucsonans are willing to pay for a safe, reliable transit system that both is safe and keeps it free for our community. And so we do have to have a conversation with Tucsonans. What is it that you want, and how do you want to pay for it? Because there is no tax that Phoenicians don't approve to get the investments that they want. And so I don't think we can be a city of no. We can't be saying just no to everything all the time. But as mayor and council and leaders of this community, we've got to be able to reach out to the residents and say, something's got to give here. We've got to be able to choose as a community where we want the investments to go. And that's why I keep saying, voters have told us to find a different way, then this is a different way. And I believe in my heart of hearts that if we have the correct conversation with the residents, they will tell us, this is what we're willing to pay for. And this particular action that we could take today of keeping fares free could help bridge and buy us time to plan with the community what is it that we want to pay for and how we're going to pay for it. So I absolutely agree, Councilman. We're going to go with Councilmember Cunningham, and then Ulick, and then the Vice Mayor, and then Councilmember Perez.
So I'm actually in favor of bringing the fares back and having the free program. I've said that for a while. I don't right now I think we just need more resources for the bus. And so part of that fare capture, even if we keep the $70 million investment, we need another $9 million out of the bus to invest in it. And the other piece is, per our core values, anybody who needs a free pass would be able to get one. So that's part of that proposal. So I'm kind of good with that stuff. So I want to accept that recommendation. I'm inclined to do that. Moreover, and this is kind of the other piece, there's kind of an elephant in the room here with the bus right now, and that is the situations we have at both stops and on the bus and the safety of our drivers. And I think that's things that really need to be addressed. In most of the other bus systems, they have a tapper. So even if the bus is free, they use a tapper to gain access to the bus. And that's pretty important on kind of the expectations of conduct we have on the bus, and also ensuring that our drivers feel safe. I mean, when someone boards the bus, they enter into some type of, unofficial social contract of what their expectations on that bus are going to be and what their expectations at bus stops are going to be. And right now, we're not meeting that standard. And so those are some of the pieces that I believe are important. And there, I agree. There's no study in the world that's going to tell me, you're never going to tell me that implementing fares is going to quote unquote lower the crime rate or any of that other stuff. But I still think it's important to have expectations of what the conditions of ridership is. And I think that's the piece to this. So I'm in favor of the recommendation, and I want to get that on the record. I don't know if look, I can read the room too. There's no way that motion's going to pass, so it's fine. But I just want to let you know where I'm coming from, because I'm not trying to be, I've been very methodical in my thought process here.
Gotcha. Yeah, absolutely. Council Member Ulick.
Yeah, I think everybody here is so committed to just trying to get this right for everybody in Tucson, particularly the most vulnerable, but everybody, right? Everybody, the drivers, the community, the riders, et cetera. Some key points, and this is from drilling down and, 8 years ago, 10 years ago, bringing Jarrett Walker in to look at our transit system, et cetera. But, the notion that a low-income fare program actually works is a bit flawed. And what studies find is when you have that barrier, it's kind of like what we're talking about with Medicaid, right? Where every hurdle we put in, a bunch of qualified people drop out. And so studies show that when you have that kind of administrative burden, number one, it's costly. And number two, I think even on our own system, it was found 70% of the people who were qualified for low income paid full fare, because give me a break, right? I mean, we just have to acknowledge that what that would mean is actually that people wholly qualified would not get it. The other thing is that, and this is where we just got to peel apart the issues we're trying to solve for. If it's the budget, as you'll notice right in the final paragraph, we're spending $7 million on the streetcar. Now that's an area, because it serves a different function, it's not getting people to their grandma or their free Meals on Wheels or, congregate meal or to medical appointments. A third of the route is serving campus, right? And then it's connecting into downtown. So that, I would be open to discussing how to fund differently. And I really appreciate that we're starting to look at this downtown mobility enterprise where we can, I think, close a $7 million gap right there. The other thing that I think our employees believe, whether it's the Teamsters or all of them, is that they're not getting what they need because we won't charge for transit. And if we did, there'd be $10 million that could help that. And so I just want to be real clear, we are continuing to solve for that. I believe this table will always prioritize fair, competitive, decent jobs and compensation. That is not going to be decided based on whether or not we charge fares across the whole system. Drivers are safer when transit fares are free. I know it doesn't seem like that. I know that there's this notion that if we could just get those bad actors off the buses, absolutely. I mean, it's just that doesn't actually happen. What those bad actors, some of them do, is really give drivers a hard time, right? And so what has been found on transit systems across the country, and why many actually drivers unions and Teamsters want fare-free transit, is because they can drive. And they're not the police on the bus, and they're not the fare collectors on the bus. They have a very distinct role. And there are plenty of studies that show a free system helping drivers in that way. Now, if they need more safety and security, if they need more support, we got to solve for that. Same thing with the bus stops. We get it. So many of the bus stop issues are I think the main issue I'm hearing from CSOs in my ward is they're not actually riding the bus, they're seeking shade, and again, sometimes bad actors. But charging everybody who constitutes 17 million boardings on this system, because we all can see probably 200 or so folks who are taking over the bus stops, I don't think we're going to solve for what we're actually trying to solve for. And you can tell I feel strongly about this. It's after years of work on this very issue that I'm fueled by the passion, but it's by facts. Nikki, I'm channeling you, except it's not on AI. I'm trying to channel you on transit here. How am I doing? No, just kidding. So I feel strongly about that. So we're going to solve for the problems. We're going to, solve for the issues that I'm hearing we need to solve for. In terms of budget, yes, I think you make a very important point. How are we going to lessen the general fund burden? And even in this document, I think we're finding one potential that doesn't take in all drivers. Mayor, if I could ask another thing. I know you're at the RTA table on our behalf. I've talked to Sam. The RTA one was kind of shaped in some ways so that everybody got their fair share, right? Or no, well, actually, it wasn't shaped that way. Let me rephrase that, right? Okay, but in some cases like transit, right? Transit is intended, I believe, primarily to serve urban areas, but there are RTA elements that create fixed routes that go up to far-flung areas, and the ridership is really, really low. And so fixed routes trigger paratransit. We don't have to end paratransit through the RTA in all of our areas. We all want folks who are seniors and disabled to have access. But those fixed routes, we may want to advocate at the RTA to fold those resources back within the city limits for transit, because that's really where transit works, is in the urban core. That's what I wanted to say.
As a matter of fact, Councilmember Ulick, I was going to mention when I was responding to Councilman Lee's really fair and factual comments, that the RTA is not making a fair investment in transit for the residents of the city of Tucson. We're not getting a fair return from the RTA, and I believe we're gonna talk about the RTA in next item, but that is something that I and Supervisor Hines and Mayor Valenzuela have been talking about in terms of investment in transit through the RTA, and we have an opportunity with the RTA Next being put together to be able to add more funds into transit. The other piece that you mentioned about safety for drivers, our drivers in Suntran requested that we not charge fares when COVID first started. One, because they didn't want people to be closer to them, right? But the other is that in their mind and in the research that we've done is that most of the fights and concerns from the drivers in terms of their safety came from them asking for fares to be paid. And so the drivers asked us. And I also don't believe it's a zero-sum game to have a free transit and safety in both bus stops and in our transit system. I believe we should be able to achieve both, safety and free transit. I believe Councilmember Perez and then the Vice Mayor also had some comments.
Yeah, I would concur. I think that I think we're ready to have the conversation now and get the ball rolling when it comes to listening to the mandate of voters following Prop 414. I think one of the clearest asks after that proposition's failure was relative to transit, and I don't necessarily that is a matter of free fares, but a safe transit system. And to Paul's point, I too would like to see some kind of mechanism for folks that do get on, say, a bus, and we are able to track them. And there is a social construct wherein there's an expectation for a certain kind of behavior on our bus system. But that takes a significant investment. And I think that we would only see something like that actualize if we get the ball rolling now and preparation come for, November of next year. And so, I would be in strong support of continuing our fares, our transit fare free, and kickstarting that conversation, to your point, Mayor Romero, on what the cost is and what people are willing to pay.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I won't say everything I needed to say because I say it every time and I agree with everything. Councilmember Ulick, the way, she put together the different concerns that community has. What I would like, Sam, is to, since there is this sense of like, it's so unsafe and a lot of it is around bus stops and we know folks experiencing homelessness are using that as a place to sit or shade. And we knew that was going to happen when we were pushing them out of other areas. So I would like to see what are the current safety issues and challenges and concerns. I know we recently had a media request about the perception of safety issues and that they were told that it's only like 1%, right, of folks riding end up being a challenge. So so that then we can come up with a strategy or a plan of how we are addressing those safety concerns. Is it putting no loitering signs, at bus stops, or like you have to ride if, like just what do we need to do to address those real concerns that people have?
Madam Mayor, if I may, I know there's a motion about to be voted on. We can take that as direction already, but I don't know if you're interested in adding that to the motion to have us report back to you in 60 days or whatever with a report back on that. What does that look like to create a safer environment?
I'll do it. I'll add
So
it as a friendly amendment.
amend your motion,
Who did the
please.
second?
Who did the motion?
Rocky? It's okay with you? Yeah.
It was tag team. So adding to the motion, amending the motion, the seconder has agreed. Yeah, because I think that more than signs, like no loitering signs, I would like to be able to have either CSOs or our Housing First navigators roving throughout our city and kind of seeing where the areas of concern are. In terms of our bus stops, because I absolutely believe that it's not a zero-sum game, that we can have a safe transit system that remains free for our community. And we just need a plan in terms of how to make sure that if there are unsheltered folks using the shade, that we can address that and say, look, have our Housing First navigators roving this with CSOs and saying, we have cooling centers and we have resources for you to be able to, but if there are bad actors using drugs on our bus stops, then we need to stop that. That's a crime. We cannot do that publicly. And so I would like to be able to have safety solutions to some of the concerns that community has on this. Councilman Lee.
Super quick follow-up, Mayor, since we're going to do some exploration there. What can we do to start exploring something tangible to reduce the general fund contribution? Like, can we give direction to look at, I mean, how could we start that process? Because I'll be honest, I'm not going to support the motion. I think that we need to move forward with the city manager's recommendation, because if we look at the forecast, we just went through an exercise to try to find $7 million. We are headed off a cliff rapidly, and I'm looking at every possible option. And I really want to get the conversation started on what would the public want to do? What would they want to invest in? And I don't know what that looks like, Mayor, but I think we need to give direction to do something to move that forward immediately.
I have a lot of hands up over here that want to answer, a lot of hands. Vice Mayor, and then Councilmember Cunningham, and then Councilmember
I don't
Bettis.
disagree with what Councilmember Lee is saying. I think what we need to do, what the failure Prop 414 told me, was that community felt like they were being heard on what the priorities were. So I think any proposition that we put together should have a robust community engagement process so that we're really hearing from them. And then that's what we're putting, on the table or putting that on the ballot. And so that's, I don't know if we're ready to really map that out right now, but that maybe by next meeting, some of our colleagues can start brainstorming to put that together.
Absolutely, I absolutely believe we should move into action. And I also had asked before in our previous item, how much does Pima County currently contribute to our transit system? What is the fair share for the RTA or any RTA next to contribute to our transit system? Those are really key questions that we should be asking of our partners to help us solve this issue. I think we need to explore how Pima County shares the cost of transit services in our community. And if they contribute to unincorporated area services, Pima County should also contribute to urban transit services. And so I think it's a conversation we have to have with our colleagues on the Board of Supervisors as well. And I think that the people that are holding up signs to keep transit free, which I think we're hearing you and advocating for what you want, I think that you all can become partners in requesting that Pima County come to the table and help us find a solution for this as well. Councilmember Cunningham, and then Councilmember Bettis.
All right, so you opened the door a little bit on the streetcar. So there might be some pieces to that we can do. I mean, I don't have anything prepared for a different motion for the streetcar today. So I want to see if we can agendize that about 2-3 meetings out and take a look at that. And where I'm going with that is I'm thinking about the partnerships that we're trying to leverage and the majority of the users on that piece. If we do have, and one of the things with the streetcar originally was nobody paid anyway. I mean, let's be honest. And so that's kind of one of the things. I mean, that was kind of one of the deals. It was kind of a tough thing. So if we're going to go the streetcar piece with that door open, I'm down for that. But again, I'm thinking about the door tapper being, don't quit on that. Don't quit on the door. I mean, I'm just saying that it's an option that I think is effective in some jurisdictions that I've been to that I thought was pretty neat. Even if you have a free fare system and you're counting passenger miles and stuff like that, and you don't have to require it, but it would help if people would use their pass so we can at least track use, track route busyness. There's all kinds of different data points that help evolve your system. So I think there's value to it irrespective of whether or not you implement it for fare collection. All right. So with that being said, in this case for the streetcar, that may be valuable. This would be something that we'd implement it with the idea being that we'd go to community partners to blanket a free system where they'd kind of make that they'd make that contribution in advance, but by having it in place, we'd have the leverage to do that. So that's kind of the piece that I'm going there with.
Councilmember Perez, and then we're going to vote on the motion on the floor. And then there's one more piece, the Heart of Tucson piece, that this is an idea that Councilmember Ulick brought to us with the help of all of us on the table, including our city manager. So Councilmember Perez.
Yeah, I mean, this predates my time, but I want to make sure as we're progressing, we're not still simultaneously entertaining any expectation of community partners to invest in, say, the Sunlink, as an example. I know that there was a point where our school districts, the university, might have had a stake in a portion of the budget on those ends, but I wouldn't expect that, particularly in this budget crisis of our university, as well as given the budget circumstances of our school district. That being said, I think there's also a missed opportunity in revenues when it comes to, say, even considering naming rights of our Sunlink. And even, the other day I was taking interviews with my interns on the Sunlink, and I noticed that the seats are all branded RTA. There's some missed out opportunities there, and I know that there are a number of local interests that have the money to invest on that front. And so I think that we should put out an open call and begin exploring things like that as a revenue stream in tandem with, say, the TCC naming rights. Yeah.
Yeah, alrighty, so let's vote on the motion on the floor just for clarity. It was to keep fare free transit, and then what else? To bring back a safety plan for the safety of both drivers and users of the system. So, and bus stops, as the clerk has said. So all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against?
No.
No.
Two. This motion passes 5-2. Thank you for the conversation. I know, Sam, that you are going to talk about the Heart of Tucson.
I will. Thank you very much, Mayor. So this is the last piece of this item that we wanted to discuss with you today. It's called the Heart of Tucson, and as your material suggests, we understand that the downtown area is a dynamic area, and it thrives through key partnerships. And as we were talking about this idea and formulating our thoughts for this memorandum, what you'll see is that Sunlink Streetcar plays a major role in that in our downtown area. It's actually really the common thread that ties it all together. The streetcar is a 3.9-mile alignment. It travels from west of I-10 all the way to the university. People use it all the time to get to work, to attend events like Tucson Meet Yourself, the Festival of Books, Gem Show. So we know that it contributes greatly to the tourism in our area. We know that it has been a significant driver of the economic development that we've seen downtown. And so what you see in the material before you today is we provide a pretty compelling case that the streetcar really does contribute to tourism in a way that we believe makes it eligible to utilize some of the transient occupancy tax funds. And that's really the connection between this item and the item before this, is we know that according to state statute, there has to be that connection to tourism, and we really believe Sunlink makes that connection. The last piece I'll mention on this, and I know Councilmember Ulick, you brought this up before at the table, is the role that parking plays in supporting our Sunlink streetcar. And so along those lines, we did provide some information for you in the material, specifically based on the direction given on some potential changes related specifically to our hourly meter rates as well as our meter enforcement hours. There was a few others that we included in there as well, but I think what you're going to see is that the most significant shift in revenue is by increasing the hourly rates for meters as well as those meter extension hours. And so what we did is we honed on three options. The first is a 25-cent increase per hour for meters. The second was a 50-cent per hour increase. And then the third is combining an increase of 50 cents per hour plus extending the meter enforcement hours to 10 p.m. Monday through Sunday and on weekends. And we provided a range of projected revenue for those three options. Lastly, I'll mention too is we also provided, I believe in the material that was sent out yesterday, a comparison of some of our comparator cities and what they charge and what their meter enforcement hours are. And so with that, Mayor, I'd be happy to answer any questions. We're also looking for some direction on how we can further develop this Heart of Tucson operating model and what we can bring back to Mayor and Council in the future. Thank you.
What is the council's pleasure?
Thanks, Sam. I so appreciate, being able to toss out that kind of concept of nexus for parking in downtown and all of that. And I think this is going to be a really fruitful effort to explore. The reason it occurred to me is when I compared, again, the parking hours and rates, like in Tempe, which is another university city. Quite frankly, I believe that the extended hours and increase to 50 cents probably would put us in line with Tempe. I don't have the other document that you're talking about, Sam. And in the future, if stuff is going to be relevant to the agenda, maybe we can fold that in addition, because I really lose track quickly.
Yesterday was election day, so
Oh,
it was a
that's
busy
what it
day for
was.
some.
Yeah,
It was a
and that's
busy day
not-
for some.
Yeah, and you've been all cranking out such good
Yes,
information on
yes.
every item, so it's just a request I hadn't thought to
Maybe
make.
just bring that additional information to the table, so it could be distributed at the table.
So this is controversial stuff. I know that the downtown merchants and others do get concerned, although some of the upside of increasing parking rates and hours is that it does keep folks kind of moving and not sitting in one spot. So what would the next step be if we wanted to proceed toward 50 cents an extended hour? What's the process here? Because are you going to bring back this whole district idea, or what do you think? And then bring it with this?
Okay. All right. Mayor, Councilmember Ulick, let me answer the first question
Okay.
first. If direction is given by Mayor and Council to proceed with that change, what we would do is initiate the notice of intent process to notify people that we plan to increase rates as well. So interestingly, the meter enforcement hours can be done administratively. And as you know, it was already done once this year to extend to 7 p.m. But the rates specifically, we would want to initiate that process of notice of intent. We would do public outreach, and ultimately we would bring back to Mayor and Council a public hearing and then ultimate approval of those potential rates. And then I'll kick it over to Tim here to answer the second question.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Ulick, with regard to the broader concept of a downtown district, we would run that in parallel with the parking rate conversation, because I think, first of all, there's a benefit to be had to the downtown merchants when they have a safer environment, when there's more investment in making sure that, Friday and Saturday nights, downtown's a safe place to be. So that concept is very intersectional, very broad, and it has benefits that extend beyond, just the transit piece, which is critical, but that's the connecting thread. But there is so much more potential there than just that, and that all feeds together. So we would take your direction if you gave it to include further pursuit of the downtown, the heart of Tucson.
And the hardest, and I misspoke, actually, it's more like a mobility enterprise or an enterprise. It's, so that's what I meant, not because the district exists. Okay, so I would be in favor of giving that direction so that we can get that nexus and have 1.7 million flowing toward this.
Second.
So there is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none. Yes, Councilmember Dahl.
Mayor, Councilmember Dahl, currently we do not charge for meters on Sundays. All of those things. It is one of our lowest ridership. That's a different topic. Parking. It's one of our lowest parking days, and also it's a day that people go out for recreation, attend church, and so we had opted not to proceed with charging for meters on Sundays.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
Alrighty. So this is to proceed, this motion is to proceed with the process of, right, correct?
Yes, for the 50 cent plus extended hours to maximize
And then
revenues.
creating the Heart of Tucson district or program.
Honorable Mayor, just for clarification, in order to bring you back that Sunday hours information in a, and in a format that you could act on it once you have it, I'm going to defer to Sam of whether or not it would make sense to advertise it as such. So when you do the process, it's what we've proposed as far as rates, fees, hours, but propose hours for Sunday and get the feedback on it. And you don't have to proceed with it, but you would be able to if chosen.
Thank you very much for your forward thinking.
Alrighty, so all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion passes. And then I would also like to make sure that colleagues on the council feel comfortable with moving to explore Pima County shares the cost of transit service population proportionate to the residents' use of the system. So
So moved, Mayor.
there's a motion. There's a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. I'm going to give us a 5-minute break. And then, and then we'll come back. We're the other everyone's peeling out. So I'll give us a 5-minute break and then we'll be right back. Thank you. Okay, we're coming back into session. Item 11, time has been set aside to update mayor and council on the delivery of the 2006 RTA program and the RTA Next. Mr. Manager.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I just took a bite of food. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Sam Credio.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, and good afternoon again, Mayor, members of the council. It has been a busy 6 weeks with the RTA, and so I will try to be brief in my remarks, but there's a lot to cover. As you know, on June 16th, the RTA Board and the PAG Regional Council appointed Mike Ortega as the interim executive director. Since that time, the Technical Management Committee has met 8 times. The RTA Board has met twice. The focus has been in 2 areas, completion of the 2006 RTA Plan, which I'll call RTA 1 moving forward, and finalizing an RTA Next plan. So starting with RTA 1, I just want to give you a few brief notes on that. Couple things that we learned right out of the gate that I think was really important, and that's why I included it in the material for this item, is just an understanding of where we're at, a baseline understanding. And what we learned is that the revenue that was collected over the life of the program, because we know we're in the last year of the 20-year plan, was $1 billion short than what was projected back in 2006. And I think that's a really important note to keep in mind as we put into context the rest of the conversation. The other thing that we finally got some clarity on, and I want to thank the mayor for really pushing this, is a clear understanding of the fund balance that the RTA has. We finally have that clear picture. It's in the bottom left corner of that attachment. And what it shows is that currently the RTA has $139 million of unencumbered funds in their fund balance. That is money that is not associated with any project. It is literally sitting there collecting interest, and that's a really important piece to understand as well. That's the good news. The bad news is the cost to complete all the remaining projects far exceeds the $139 million, so it's still not quite enough to get us across the finish line. The other thing that we learned is that there are a few items that we do believe the voters are going to have to address related to RTA 1. The first is this issue related to a substantial change because of how much revenue has been collected, as well as the overall cost to complete the program. The second piece is related to scope changes, specifically for the 4 deferred projects, as well as possibly 2 others, including First Avenue, Grant to River, and Grant Road widening at the Union Pacific Railroad. And so that was what was shared with the board last week, is that those 2 items, if anything happens, those 2 items have to go to the voters before we can complete RTA 1. The other thing that's been really obviously on the top of everyone's mind and being discussed is how do we finalize an RTA Next plan? There's been a lot of conversation with the TMC of what that looks like. Ultimately, the discussion that occurred at the July 31st RTA board meeting culminated in really 2 plans being discussed. The first plan, which I've been calling RTA Modified, or some call it RTA Continued, is a 20-year plan because the enabling legislation requires that there is a 20-year plan, but only asking the voters to approve 10 years of a half-cent sales tax. And in that first 10 years of the half-cent sales tax would be included the completion of all of the RTA 1 projects, including the 4 that were previously deferred to RTA Next. There is now a category for arterial rehabilitation and safety. There is continued funding for transit because we did confirm that on June 30th, 2026, if there's no renewal of RTA, the RTA cannot spend RTA money on transit beyond June 30th, 2026. And I will come back and talk a little bit about transit funding related to RTA at the end of my remarks here. And then lastly, there's been a conversation about how do we utilize regional money, which is HERF and federal dollars, to be used to deliver some of those RTA Next projects that were in the plan. So you bring them into this 20-year plan and utilize those regional dollars to deliver some of those projects. I will tell you there was a TMC meeting this morning. There was a lot of discussion about the use of those regional dollars, and that direction may change by the time it gets to the board next week. We do have another TMC meeting on Wednesday next week, so we'll have a better sense of what's going to be presented to the board then. And then the second plan is really the RTA Next plan, with some tweaks that have been made. All the jurisdictions were asked to provide some comments. Initially, it kind of blew things up a little bit, but RTA was able to take a little bit of what everybody was asking for and formulate it into a plan that includes more money for arterial rehabilitation, funding for streetcar operations at $2 million a year for 20 years, extending the widening of Marianne Cleveland Way all the way to Colossal Cave beyond just the city limits. Originally, it was just a city project up to the city limits. And then the removal of 2 ADOT projects, which were multiple phases for the extension of SR 210 all the way out to I-10. And so essentially where the RTA is at, and what I believe is going to be presented to the board on the 15th, is that RTA Next tweaked plan. Essentially, we are pencils down, and the board is going to have an opportunity to weigh in on whether they want to move forward with RTA Next or move forward with something else, RTA Modified Continued. The general consensus from the board is that they do want to have an election in March of 2026. In order for that to happen, direction does need to be given to the RTA staff, ideally at the August 15th RTA board meeting, so they can finalize everything in preparation for a March 10th, 2026 election. We do have an August 19th study session, and we do plan to update you all on the outcome of that August 15th discussion on the 19th. And then ultimately, the RTA board will hold their final meeting in August, on August 25th. And that's when we expect a final decision will be made. And it pretty much has to be made because Pima County Board of Supervisors have to call the election no later than September 11th, but ideally at their September 2nd Board of Supervisors meeting. So it is a very compressed timeline with a lot of work that has to be done relative to both RTA 1 and RTA Next. The last thing I'll leave you with, Mayor, is we did provide a narrative in the material relative to transit funding and RTA, and I know Councilmember Ulick, you had asked for that information. Interestingly, transit has been discussed a lot, not only by the RTA board, but also by the TMC, and I think we finally have some clarity on the actual investment that's being made by the RTA in city-provided transit. The cliff notes of that is the city accepts about $19 million through our IGAs with the RTA and our jurisdictional IGAs. And only about half of that, $9 to $9.5 million, is actually spent on transit service inside the city limits. I believe there was a narrative out there that the city was primarily benefiting from the transit investment in RTA, when in fact, most of those dollars are being invested outside the city limits. However, some of that is being provided by SunTrans service. It's just being provided outside the city limits. And then related to the comments made on the previous item regarding Pima County's maintenance of effort, that jurisdictional IGA with Pima County includes the maintenance of effort that is actually passed through to RTA. RTA does add a little bit of funding to it and then passes it through to the city of Tucson for the city of Tucson and SunTrans to provide that service in the county. And so that's the results of that information. With that, Mayor, I'd be happy to answer any questions related to this item. Thank you.
So I think that it's important to state that I was not at the July 31st RTA board meeting. I, like any other person, need vacation time, and that was the only time I had it with my family to leave. So I'm not privy to the conversation that happened at the table. What I can say is that we are finally getting answers to the questions that I've been asking for at that table for at least 5 years. So we now know what the fund balance is, which is $139 million, which was confiscated, really what I call, from, in terms of information sharing with the board. And so most of the projects from RTA 1 that had not been completed are in the city of Tucson. And so the projects in the city of Tucson, including the 4 that we had decided to move forward, the total of those projects, Sam, in 2025 dollars is about how much?
Mayor, just to clarify, to complete all those projects? The numbers that we've been talking about at TMC are between $350 million and $500 million to complete all those projects, depending on the potential revised scopes of those projects?
So even if the city of Tucson were to use all of the fund balance, which is 139, we would still be short. The other piece is that the community should understand that this is just the result of a recession and less collection of sales taxes into the RTA 1. And so it's not any of our faults, but the fault of a 20-year plan that in between we had a recession and COVID and all kinds of stuff. So $1 billion short, that hurts. And then the other thing that you should all know is that if we do not have an election in March, there is a huge possibility of losing money for our transit services. So that $9 million that Sam talked about, we can lose that $9 million from our transit system, right? Am I correct? And so we have to think if we have the capacity to lose $9 million for our transit services in our budget. So that's why March of 2026 is a key date, and there's very short time right now to be able to have a thorough community engagement process for any of the two plans that were presented by the TMC for the RTA board to consider. Can I just say, we should not be here. We should not be here. There's one person that has complicated all of our lives, and the region's investment in transportation and transit, because that individual refused to share this information and was an obstructionist for us to get anywhere with the answers we needed for RTA1 and RTA Next. I am furious that we had to push for at least 4 years to get to where we're at. And so, saying that, I'm going to open up for comments and direction from my colleagues. Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you. And this is a real heavy lift, right, for the mayor, for our team, really for the RTA board as well. But it is an opportunity, I think, related to what Councilmember Lee brought up previously, which is the potential for Tucson voters to support a much greater investment in transit. And this could be a vehicle to not even raise the sales tax. It would be a continuation of the existing RTA half-cent if the package adequately addresses transit in Tucson and the unfinished projects. And in that regard, I know part of our work will be to demonstrate that surface paving under the proposition passed by voters, the plan is on track. We're 3 years in, and the next 3 years has been mapped out. So yes, our streets will be repaired through that effort because folks want the RTA to pay for that as well. And so, just clarity on which resources are being invested and that transit piece in this, I think there may be an opportunity, and you've navigated and advocated so effectively on the behalf of the council, on behalf of the community at that table. Thank you. I'm not sure anybody else could have fought as hard and effectively as you have for 4 years to get us even here. So thank you, Mayor. And could you please bring us a package that's really loaded with transit investment? Because I think that could really help the March question pass.
Councilmember Cunningham?
So it became evident to me that one of the things that kind of bogarted the first RTA was that they ran out of project funding. And I first got on the council in 10, and I hadn't even ran for election yet. And Joan Lionetti came to see me about the Udall part, the Airman Bridge, which is now a triumph for Tucson. But at the time, no one wanted it. And it was supposed to totally fix an unmanageable traffic situation on the east side. And it didn't. It's an extra spot into Udall. It's where we have our Udall transit stop. That's the end of the line for 4 different routes. That's been great. And so the bottom line is that we were like building and designing this project, and in the meantime, Speedway was like falling apart, and it didn't make sense to anyone in the neighborhoods because they don't know, people don't, I mean, let's be honest, a lot of folks just want stuff to happen, and they see all of those funds, Pima County, RTA, the city, TUSD, they see all those funds as fungible. They just do. I mean, I did until I got this job. So the bottom line is that for me, I think we wanted to be specific last time when we went to the voters of this is the projects and this is why it passes. Well, that's kind of undone us this last time. We want to be specific in, let's get the projects that we were promised in the first one. Let's get our RTA piece, but we get to use it we get to use part of it for transit and part of it for corridors. And the reason is we're due. If we don't capture that corridor money now to redo our corridors, it's not gonna be a good move. But those are really the only 3 things that we need RTA for. We can keep it simple, and people will know, hey, the corridors will get redone, we're gonna deliver the first projects, and we got 20 mil for transit, and it's gonna be sweet. And if it's simple, I think people can follow that, and I think people might buy that. So that's kind of my thoughts, and I know that that's already what you're thinking anyway, but I wanted to say it my way just because. Thanks.
Any others? Yes, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council, and I think Sam's going to give you an update on this same project as well, but I want to give you an example. You know, this is going to be an aggressive timeline, but for the first time in probably 4 years, I feel like it's a timeline that, even though it's aggressive, you know, I'm saying there's a chance that we would be bringing you something that you might feel good about. And as an example of the change in things, you know, we've been waiting on Grant 5 and 6 at 90% design for how long? 3 years with a no. I get an email from the new executive director, hey, Tim, staff said you might be waiting. Hey, just go. Here's 40 million. Get after it, and we'll do an IGA later. So would you like to add to that?
Thank you, Mr. Manager, Mayor, members of the council. I'll be happy to elaborate on that email. And it is frustrating because one of the first things the staff brought to me when I became director is we need to initiate an IGA for right-of-way for Grant 5 and 6. And we've been fighting with the RTA ever since then. And so now, based on the direction that Tim received from the new executive director, we've been given the approval to proceed with developing the IGA, putting together the necessary documents to bring to mayor and council, and start the process of right-of-way acquisition for Grant 5 and 6 for the project that's been designed and was promised to the voters. And I think that sends a really impactful message to the community that we are trying to deliver what was promised in RTA 1 as it was promised.
Who is this mysterious new executive director? Boy, I'd like to meet him.
Vice Mayor, I know that you have a question, comment?
Well, Mayor, again, thank you for your persistence in getting answers, even though it was, what did you say, 5 years? That felt like you were wasted, but your persistence really got us to this place. And so, Sam, also, thank you for breaking down how much the city is getting from the RTA for transit. Can you remind me what percentage of the plan is allocated to transit under the existing RTA plan and how that compares to what's proposed in RTA Next? Because I think I remember the regional mobility and accessibility plan recommended dedicating at least 30%.
Also factor in
Mayor, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz. I don't want to do that math off the top of my head. I think it would be best we can provide that information to the council. I do believe in the current version of RTA Next, there's currently 610, I believe, in there for 610 million for transit. That includes the BRT project, the existing transit service, plus some additional transit service. But those numbers have been moving based on some of the tweaks. So let us provide that to you in writing. We'll follow up with that information.
Okay. Any others? Any other questions? Okay. So the next RTA board meeting is the 15th?
Yes.
Okay, we have some time. We don't have to talk about everything at this table. I think it's important that you all touch base with the city manager and with Sam Credio about what's important. I know Marianne Cleveland Way is an important piece of that transportation movement for the southeast side. So I think we have some time to at least have these discussions, one-on-one discussions with the city manager and Sam, and then, send me with direction to the August 15th meeting to make sure that I represent all of the interests of our city for you there. So there's no action required for this item, but I believe that Mr. Rankin has a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just letting the mayor and council know I'm going to add an item to the consent agenda for August 19th. Speaking of the executive director, who was a former employee of the city of Tucson, I'm going to put on the consent agenda just a plain waiver of any conflict of interest. So it's clearly on the record that that issue is resolved and he can continue in his position without having to be concerned with any of those issues.
Thank you so much, Mike. Anything else, Sam or Tim? Alrighty, thank you so much for the report. Really appreciate it. Alrighty, we move on to item 12. Item 12, time has been set aside for mayor and council to receive an update on state and national legislation and regional committees, executive orders, and direction to any associated litigation. I know Stephanie is here to give us a little bit of a report, but before you begin, I want to take a moment to highlight some good news out of Washington, D.C., everyone. For the first time in over a decade, the U.S. Senate Banking Committee passed a major bipartisan housing bill, the Road to Housing Act of 2025. While there's still a way to go before it becomes law, I want to highlight one area in particular where the bill will benefit Tucson families. An important component of the bill is it strengthens the Home Investment Partnership Program, which is a critical tool Tucson relies on to build and preserve affordable housing. In just the past 2 years, our city has used home funding to provide rental assistance to over 230 households, support the development of 209 affordable housing units, that's new affordable housing units, and leverage more than $71 million in additional investment. The bill would modernize outdated federal requirements and give our city more local control and flexibility, allowing us to stretch these dollars further and respond more effectively to local housing needs. With our community projected to need more than 35,000 new housing units over the next decade, preserving and improving the home program is essential to meeting demand and preventing unsheltered homelessness. This bill also takes important steps beyond housing production. It would make the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Program permanent, expand access to housing and home ownership, and provide targeted support for unsheltered populations. It reflects the kind of federal partnership that cities like ours need to scale up and cover the gaps and challenges that we face. So I do want to acknowledge Senator Ruben Gallego, a member of the Senate Banking Committee, for this important input and vote in support of this bill. So I just wanted to share some good news. Still plenty of work that needs to happen before that bill passes. But it's some good news amongst a lot of terrible news that we receive from DC. So with that, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. As by way of brief introduction on this item, Stephanie Zamora is here to give you the overview of where we are today, which is post-session and post-budget adoption, and where things are headed in the near future. And believe it or not, we're in August, and it's already time for us to be thinking about our legislative agenda for next year. Earlier today, you already gave us some direction on certain items related to data centers, which is very helpful. So I'm just planting the seeds, because now's the time to be thinking about what's the next big thing that we need to make sure that we have on the agenda for next year, because that'll be upon us right now, or coming soon. And we're still working our way through the middle housing and a number of things that have come out of the most recent legislative session. So there's still a lot of work ahead, and we're doing implementation of things from previous sessions, including the most recently wrapped up one. But your guidance and policy direction on those things that focus on going into next session, our ears are open and ready to receive. And with that, I'll turn it over to Stephanie.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Today's briefing includes a high-level overview of the 2025 Arizona State Legislative Session, as the city manager alluded to, as well as some recent federal activity. So the Arizona Legislature adjourned on June 27th after a 166-day session. Of the 1,854 measures introduced, 265 were signed into law, 174 were vetoed. I did provide a full summary of the status of the bills that the mayor and council took position on. So I just wanted to highlight a few of those for your awareness that were signed into law. Beginning with HB 2928, which is accessory dwelling units. This was supported by the mayor and council. This requires cities over 75,000 in population to allow ADUs on single-family lots. SB 1353, which is related to permit timelines, which is mayor and council opposed, was signed into law and establishes new time limits for municipal review of certain residential building permits. And then lastly, SB 1308 related to sober living homes, which was supported by the mayor and council, creates licensing requirements on operational standards for sober living facilities. Additionally, 3 legislative referrals will appear on the November 2026 ballot. The fiscal year 26 state budget totals $17.6 billion and includes funding for housing services, water infrastructure, public safety, and K-12 education. Again, more detailed information was provided to the mayor and council on this. And then moving on to the federal level, and not to put a damper on the good news provided by the mayor, since June, several executive actions and agency updates have been issued. And these are a few of them. The U.S. Department of Justice released new guidance on federal grant recipients, emphasizing compliance with non-discrimination laws in all programs, which is referencing the administration's guidance on DEI. And that's something that's been discussed at this table and is ongoing. Additionally, an executive order on homelessness directs federal agencies to prioritize funding for jurisdictions that enforce bans on urban camping and related activities, while discouraging grant support for certain service models and facilities. And then lastly, Congress is in recess until September. The fiscal year 26 appropriations process is ongoing, and a continuing resolution is expected before September 30th, which is the funding deadline. And with that, Honorable Mayor, that concludes my update. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. Any questions? Councilmember Dahl.
I'm going to take up your invitation for thinking about next session. There's a epidemic of copper wire theft. It's affecting streetlights. We get so many complaints, and Sam and his team and TPD are doing what they can. But bad actor recycling companies are part of the problem. And if there's a way to get a handle on helping them refuse when someone comes in with a bunch of wire, maybe not taking it from them, and some sort of qualification before you recycle copper wire. There's probably some examples elsewhere, but that would be something that I think would help the situation.
Any others? Councilmember Perez.
Yeah, so I mean, kind of going back to the conversation earlier about Project Blue, I know that we were exploring regulatory ordinances, but I'm not entirely sure that the motion was inclusive of an addition to our legislative agenda on some of the state exemptions on data centers. I think that that's something that I feel would probably be appropriate to introduce now on that front.
There wasn't explicit direction voted on, but I had mentioned that we should put it on our legislative agenda.
Okay, yeah, got it.
Any others? Alrighty. Thank you so much, Stephanie. Really appreciate it. Alrighty, so we go on to item 13. Does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda? Councilmember? No? Okay. Alrighty, so we move on.
Real quick, sorry.
Councilmember Cunningham, Councilmember Perez? Any items to remove from the consent agenda?
I'm happy to go if he's still sifting through.
Okay.
No, I just wanted to pull the one relative to framework funding, just for us to kind of understand a little bit more.
Do you have the item? Nice. So item I, remove from the consent agenda and consider it separately. Any others? No? All righty. So item 7I, to be considered separately. Okay. Alrighty, so we move on to item 14. Does anyone have any items for future agendas? Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I've sent a memo, but want to mention it here, 20-minute study session on creating a food truck zone in Ward.
Yes, you did mention. I believe we've included it on the 19th. Yeah. So it's on the agenda, but we're just going to confirm it, right?
Your Honor, I have one.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Memo's coming up. I've been talking with Chief Kazmar and with the city manager about an aggressive way to increase our numbers for patrol. And so I think we'll have a proposal in the next meeting or meeting after. You'll get a memo from my office.
Alrighty, absolutely. And when do we have our agenda committee meeting? Tomorrow. So, Councilmember Dahl, I believe your office had submitted that memo before, and I know we've scheduled it. And then Councilmember Cunningham, if you can provide a memo so that we can figure out when to put it on the agenda. Alrighty, if not any additional ones, study session is adjourned. The regular session will begin, let me just make sure, at 5:30 p.m. And the next regularly scheduled study session is Tuesday, August 19th, 2025. Alrighty, have a good break, everyone. We'll see each other back here at 5:30. stand in session, please. Thank you so much, really appreciate it. We will start with the Board of Commissioners meeting for the Public Housing Authority of the City of Tucson. The Board of Commissioners of the City of Tucson Public Housing Authority will stand in session. Let's go to roll call.
Commissioner Santa Cruz? Here. Commissioner Dahl?
Here.
Commissioner Perez?
Here.
Commissioner Cunningham?
Here.
Commissioner Lee?
Here.
Commissioner Ulick? Here. Chair Romero?
Here. Alrighty, item 2.
Public Housing Authority write-off of uncollectible tenant accounts receivable approval.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 12, dated August 6th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2025-40 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2025-40 relating to Public Housing Authority authorizing the write-off of $146,953.40 of certain uncollectible tenant accounts receivable and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
I move the adoption of PHA 2025-40.
Seconded.
There is a motion to move Resolution PHA 2025-40 and a second. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, let's go to roll call.
Commissioner Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Commissioner Cunningham?
Aye.
Commissioner Dahl?
Aye.
Commissioner Lee?
Aye.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Ulick? Aye. Chair Romero?
Aye. Motion passes. Item 3.
Public Housing Authority Program Utility Allowance Adoption.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 13, dated August 6th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2025-41 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2025-41 relating to public housing resolution adopting and approving the City of Tucson revised utility allowance schedule effective September 5th, 2025, and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
I move we move the item, Your Honor.
There is a motion to pass and adopt Resolution PHA 2025-41 and a second. Any further discussion on this? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Commissioner Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Commissioner Cunningham?
Aye.
Commissioner Dahl?
Aye.
Commissioner Lee?
Aye.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Ulick? Aye. And Chair Romero?
Aye. Motion passes. Item 4.
Public Housing Authority Public Housing Program Flat Rent Adoption.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 14, dated August 6th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2025-42 by number and title only.
Resolution number 2025-42 relating to Public Housing Authority authorizing the adoption of the flat rent for the public housing program and setting an effective date.
Is there a motion?
You're on.
There is a motion.
Second.
And a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, we need another roll call.
Commissioner Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Commissioner Cunningham? Aye. Commissioner Dahl?
Aye.
Commissioner Lee?
Aye.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Ulick? Aye. Chair Romero?
Aye. The motion to approve Resolution PHA 2025-42 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 5.
Public Housing Authority, HCD Single Family Home Strategy and approval to develop an application to HUD for the sale of single-family homes.
City Manager's PHA Communication Number 17, dated August 6th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2025-44 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2025-44 relating to public housing, approval by the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tucson Public Housing Authority to develop an application to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, for the sale of single-family homes and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
Mayor, I move to pass and adopt Resolution PHA 2025-44.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, let's go to roll call.
Commissioner Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Commissioner Cunningham? Aye. Commissioner Dahl?
Aye.
Commissioner Lee?
Aye.
Commissioner Pettis?
Aye.
Commissioner Ulick?
Aye.
Chair Romero?
Aye. The motion to approve Resolution PHA 2025-44 passes by a vote of 7-0. And item 6.
Public Housing Authority approval of Commissioner nomination Tristan Hawkins.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for wanting to serve. We really appreciate your willingness to serve your community. So what is the board's pleasure?
Mayor Romero, I move to approve Resolution PHA 2025-43.
Second?
There's a motion and a second. Well done, council member or board member Pettis. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, let's go to roll call.
Commissioner Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Commissioner Cunningham?
Congratulations, Commissioner. Congratulations, Commissioner Hawkins. Aye.
Commissioner Dahl?
Aye.
Commissioner Lee?
Aye.
Commissioner Pettis?
Aye.
Commissioner Ulick?
Aye.
Chair Romero?
Aye. Thank you so much for your willingness to serve on behalf of the residents of our Public Housing Authority. Really appreciate you. The motion to approve PHA 2025-43 passes by a vote of 7-0. Thank you and congratulations. Item 7.
Approval of minutes.
City Managers PHA Communication Number 16th, dated August 6th, is received into, made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the June 17th, 2025 report?
So moved.
Second?
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any against? Motion to approve the minutes of June 17th, 2025 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 8.
Adjournment.
The meeting of the Board of Commissioners is adjourned. The mayor and council will now convene for a regular meeting. Thank you so much.
Oh my God, they have to change that.
Council will stand in session. Let's go to roll call.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Here.
Mr. Dahl?
Here.
Mr. Pettis?
Here.
Mr. Cunningham?
Here.
Mrs. Lee?
Here.
Mick Ulick?
Here.
And Mayor Romero?
Here. Before we go to item 2, the city attorney will go over the rules of decorum for the mayor and council meeting. Mr. Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Arizona's open meeting laws provide that members of the public may attend and listen to the proceedings during tonight's public meeting of the mayor and council. Arizona law also allows the mayor and council to enforce rules and procedures for public attendance of the meeting to ensure orderly behavior and to prevent unnecessary interference with the public meeting. So here are the rules that apply. The rules require decorum and orderly conduct by the members of the audience. No person attending the meeting shall engage in conduct that disrupts or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, including any statements interfering with or preventing this lawful public meeting from being carried out in an orderly manner. Not only violates the rules of participation, but also violates Title 13 of the Arizona Revised Statutes.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Item 2.
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Rabbi Abby Alpert, Congregation Bet Shalom. After the invocation, I ask all of you to remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Creator, Creator, Sustainer, Redeemer, we ask for your blessing upon leaders of our city. Bestow your gifts upon our Honorable Mayor, Regina Romero, upon our distinguished City Council members, Lane Santa Cruz, Paul Cunningham, Kevin Dahl, Nikki Lee, Roque Perez, and Karen Ulick, and upon our City Manager, Tim Tamir. Grant them chokhmah, the wisdom to see the larger path, bina, the understanding to discern the needs of every soul, and da'at, the clarity of knowledge to make just and righteous decisions for all. May their dedicated service strengthen the vibrant tapestry of our community, making our beloved Tucson a beacon of innovation, compassion, and success. In this unique and beautiful desert home of ours, may they find the inspiration to bring forth creative solutions and the courage to act for the common good. Shield them from discord and the rancor of division. May their debates be vigorous yet respectful, l'shem shamayim, for the sake of heaven. And may their hearts remain open to one another and to the polite voices of the people they serve. Eternal God, weave us together as one community, ever mindful that in our shared commitment to this city, we are partners in your ongoing work of creation. May we see the divine image in one another and build a future rooted in the freedom that comes through responsibility, justice, and peace. And let us say, Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Rabbi, for gracing us with your words. Writing item 2D,
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication Number 218 dated August 6th is received into and made part of the record. May I have a motion to approve the appointment in the report?
So moved, Mayor.
Second.
There is a motion and a second to appoint Claire Zucker to the Citizens Water Advisory Committee, Wesley Fawcett Craig to the Public Art and Community Design Committee, and Roque Perez to the Metropolitan Education Commission. I'd like to thank all of you for your willingness to serve our city. Any discussion on the appointments?
Mayor, I just wanted to ask a question to the city attorney. I think, given my appointment to MEC, I'm unsure if I'm supposed to abstain.
Councilmember Perez, that's probably the best form in this instance, yes.
Okay, sounds good.
And just to clarify, there is a council member that is usually appointed to the Metropolitan Education Commission, as well as a member of the Board of Supervisors that is appointed. So this is a very normal, informed type of appointment. So thank you, Councilmember Perez. All those in favor of the motion, or is there any discussion on this first before we vote? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye. 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 Any against? For the record, that was 6-0 with Councilmember Perez abstaining already. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Already seeing none. Item 3.
Mayor and Council report summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication Number 209 dated August 6th is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the Mayor and Council to report.
Nominee in Ward 5 and Miranda Schubert in Ward 6. I'm looking forward to continuing the work of building a more just and vibrant Tucson alongside both of them. I know the Ward 3 race hasn't been called yet, but I want to take a moment to thank my colleague Kevin Daw for running a campaign grounded in integrity and service. Thank you. On Sunday, August 10th at 8 a.m., our office will be hosting our monthly second Sunday BCC Burritos bike ride alongside Puga. This is a free mobility event with the bike ride and bean burritos from Los Jarritos. We meet at the Ward 1 office at 940 West Alameda Street. And then on Saturday, August 16th, from 9 to 11 a.m., join our office alongside Mayor Regina Romero and Tucson Parks and Recreation for the ground opening fiesta of Barrio Nopal Park. We're excited to celebrate this brand new community space featuring a shaded splash pad, a playground, restrooms, walking path, and ramadas. Come enjoy hot dogs, music, and fun for the whole family. Let's see, and so the location for that will be at 311 East Elvira Road, and parking will happen at Challenger Middle School at 100 East Elvira Road. And then on Monday, August 18th, from 5 to 7, join the Ward 1 office for our bi-monthly Bike Check 1-3, sponsored by Fuga. Our office hosts this event, offers free bike evaluations, flat fixes, gear and chain lubrication, seat adjustments, and even free lights. We also provide referrals to local bike shops for further support. Bring your bike and make sure it's in top shape for your rides around Tucson. Thank you.
Councilmember Cunningham?
2025. I have two announcements today, well, three, but two of them are a little bit different. It's a Phoenix person, so usually I'm not really big on Phoenix, but let me tell you something about this guy. He grew up in Miami, Arizona, which is a small town in the mining belt in the 30s and 40s. And in 1972, he was the Senate Majority Leader. His name was Alfredo Gutierrez. He's a real close friend of my dad's. And they worked together to found something that a lot of people in this room have used. It's called ACCESS, the Arizona Healthcare Cost Containment System. He died on July 29th. And I just remember him as like almost another Tio, you know, just a guy who every single time you saw him, you'd get a big hug and you'd get incredible acknowledgement, even for somebody who was 9 years old. So I wanted to wish his familia all my condolences, even down here in Tucson. I mean, we lost another Titan. I mean, he pretty much founded Chicanos por la Casa in Phoenix. And his effect on Tucson and the Maricopa County Community College program and in the legislature was very special. And even worse, this week, Coach Pierce, Kelly Pierce, passed away at 44. And she won a state championship in soccer 9 different times as a player and a coach. While she was at FC Tucson, she made sure that the team's warm-up jerseys had equality in bold letters, and at the time that was kind of new. And she had a special responsibility to teach leadership and confidence to all the young women that she coached. My colleagues and I had the chance to honor Kelly and FC Tucson in 2023 for their contributions on the field, their representation of our city, and inspiration they gave to young women in our community. My sincerest condolences to her sons, the three of them, Tyler, Brady, and Camden, and her partner, Joey, Coach Joe from South Point Football. So I know that's tough. Finally, this is the last meeting for my Chief of Staff, Steve Arnquist. He's been 100% awesome all my time. I'm going to have Pat Burns, my Deputy Chief of Staff, slide into his spot. But I wish Steve the best. He's been such a great, just a moral conscience for me at the Ward 2 office. And I just congratulate him on his next journey.
Thank you, Councilmember. Really wonderful words. Councilmember Dahl.
Boy, it's sure hot out there. And what better thing to do on a weekend is take the kids to a Tucson public pool. This year, you know, they normally close now that schools are open, but several pools, I think one in each ward, is open for the weekends. In Ward 3, Thompson Pool is open on Saturday and Sunday from 1 to 5. It's free. Come down and get wet. Stay cool. Thank you.
And don't forget the splash pads. Councilman Lee.
No announcements, Mayor.
Councilmember Perez.
No announcements, Mayor.
Councilmember Ulick.
No announcements.
Alrighty, I'll take my time to thank the voters of wards 3, 5, and 6 who came out yesterday to vote and participate in the City of Tucson primary election. Congratulations to all of the candidates who will be moving on to the general election. And speaking about elections, today we celebrate the 60th anniversary of the Voting Rights Act. The right to vote is one of the most fundamental rights that we have as Americans. For 60 years, this legislation has ensured that every person has the right to vote, regardless of race or gender. It is very unfortunate that we are facing in our country threats to our rights to vote and fair representation. And finally, I just want to mention, and Vice Mayor Santa Cruz mentioned earlier, that we will be celebrating the grand opening of Barrio Nopal on August 16th. And I just want to mention, Vice Mayor, that Barrio Nopal has been in process and progress for at least 30 years. The neighbors of Barrio Nopal have not had an opportunity to have green space in a park ever since their neighborhood was developed. And so neighbors in the area and families have been working for 30 years to create this park. And thanks to the efforts of those neighbors, Pima County, Sunnyside School District, my friend and colleague, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz. I worked on it when I was a Ward 1 council member and as mayor. And thanks to the voters of the city of Tucson who passed Proposition 407, this particular neighborhood will now have a beautiful green space with a splash pad. Everyone in our city deserves a beautiful green space in a park close to them. So thank you so much for helping make it happen, Vice Mayor, and thank you to the voters of Tucson for investing in ourselves. So with that, we are going to move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication Number 210, dated August 6th, is received into and made part of the record. At this time, it is scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Just one quick announcement for tonight. At the recent Water Reuse Arizona section meeting held up in Flagstaff last month, our very own Water Director, John Kamik, was named as the Water Reuse Arizona Person of the Year. And so that's a statewide recognition that's pretty hard to come by. And it just goes to show his long dedication to water reuse and that association, but to water stewardship in general. So I just want to congratulate Water Director John Kamik for that award and acknowledgement this past month.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Item 5.
Liquor license applications.
City Manager's Communication Number 219, dated August 6th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's agenda, we have 5 applications for new licenses, 1 application for a person transfer, and 7 special events. All applications are in compliance with city requirements, so an appropriate motion at this time would be to forward items 5B1 through 6 and 5C1 through 7 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question of the city attorney. There are, I think, 4 that, the first 4 had a requirement date that's earlier than now, and I'm sure that's because of our meeting schedule. Is that going to cause these applicants any problems?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Dahl, no, it should not. We just wanted to make sure we captured the authority to cover the entire timeframe.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
All righty, Ms. Clerk, do you have any announcements?
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for items scheduled for a public hearing. Call to the audience will last for 30 minutes and speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. The green light on the lower dais will turn on when you begin speaking. It will turn yellow and beep when you have 30 seconds left of your allotted time. When your 3 minutes are up, it will turn red and begin blinking and you will hear a beeping sound. If that occurs, please conclude your remarks immediately and sit down for the next speaker to speak. Thank you.
So we have a big stack of people wanting to speak at Call to the Audience. And so I do ask that if you hear someone say something that you were intending to say, just say this has been said, the quicker we go through the cards, the better. And I'm going to try and go as far as we possibly can, but I don't know if we can go through all of this. So our first speaker is Hector Macias. And then just to be practical, if the next speaker can come and line up after this speaker, is JP Salvatierra. So our first speaker is Hector Macias and then JP. You go to the higher microphone, please. Thank you.
So do I just begin speaking? Okay, greetings, City Council and Mayor. My name is Hector Macias, and I'm currently employed as a transit operator for SunTran. I have been a public servant for 20 years and ongoing. I come to you as a concerned citizen for the public transportation sector, as it is evident that public transportation in Tucson has been unsafe for years for both the public and the operators. It is unfortunate that at some point, the majority of the administration personnel at SunTran lost track of the well-being of the bargaining unit employees at SunTran. I'm here to express some examples, and please understand that everything said is substantiated with paper trails. Examples such as many of the routes we drive, SunTran has depleted so much time out of some routes without driver's consideration that many of us have obtained UTIs from not having enough recovery time at the end of the line. In addition, many routes are forced to be driven unsafe as we struggle to keep up with the company's schedule. There are some routes put in place with well over 10 hours of on-duty time, but only 5 minutes of recovery time at the end of the line, which makes it difficult to have a snack or use the restroom without getting reprimanded for leaving the end of the line late. There is a Samsara camera system put in place that contradicts the company's code of conduct, and it's used to record both audio and video 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, both inside and outside of the bus. As well, it is used as selective and punitive discipline. City Council and Mayor, I can go forward and give you all a plethora of examples on how this company is dishonest, unfair, and deceitful towards the bargaining unit employees. But sadly, there is a time limit. Lastly, with all due respect, please recognize the larger part of SunTran employees that are currently active. We walked for 42 days in 2020, worked 15 hours a day throughout the COVID pandemic as we were given homemade napkin masks to drive, and transported thousands of asylum-seeking people from sunup to sundown. City Council and Mayor, please understand that the only change from now to then is that I have taken the initiative to be a leader amongst my coworkers, and they will be ready leading into 2026. Thank you.
JP. JP, if you can go to the taller mic, please.
I will, thank you. Madam Mayor, before I make my comments, I'd like to require the mayor and council to suspend my speaker time initially to resume only after first making a parliamentary point of information and further calling the question in a roll call vote after a second motion. This is in procedure to the time limit allowed for the call the audience. If there are easily over 20 cards, that would be 3 times 20 is 60 minutes, which I'd like to ask for a roll call to make a second and to honor that as the ability to have 20 people speak before you today.
JP, you can't do that. We have procedures and protocol.
I haven't
that
started
we've had.
my time,
So
Madam Mayor.
yes, you have started your time. You have 2 minutes to go.
Okay, then let's get down to the brass tacks. If no receptive effort is made to accommodate the major public discontent, a major recall of disingenuous public servants will be instituted on issues of severe ethical misconduct and mission statement of candor to public interests, long-term health, air, water quality, and environmental welfare. Gross malfeasance by omission or commission of full public disclosure with or without the intent and violation of gift clause of public vested interests and assets. And this relates to the Project Blue. How interesting. Didn't we revisit this with Grand Canyon University? They had 120 acres they wanted to take over, and they only needed a 10-acre footprint. But they wanted a business park too, and all the amenities. And they took this council, by storm and moved against them with several other major cities to threaten them. And, this is, I'll go into some more specifics. Their major concession that the Amazon data center wants equipment purchases as exempt from city, county, and state tax up to 10 years per each phase. This $2.4 billion exemption, plus a potential 5-year useful life replacement, will easily result in more than $8 billion in exempt city, county, and state equipment sales taxation.
To a conclusion, please, JP.
For each. Wasn't that my 30 seconds?
You're already gone. They're done. Come to a conclusion, please.
There's no point to having Project Blue in any future event, and there's no point to having Tucson Electric Power maintaining its stranglehold over this community. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Mr.
Roxana,
Can I
did
ask
you
a
have something,
question?
Councilman?
Yeah. Can I ask a question of Mr. Tamir? Mr. Tamir, can you confirm what our actions were relative to Project Blue earlier today in study session?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I'm happy to do that. Today at study session, Mayor and council gave direction related to Project Blue in a couple of areas. One was to immediately cease all work on Project Blue and take all actions necessary to not pursue Project Blue nor bring it back for any annexation consideration. So Project Blue is dead, and that has also been updated on the Project Blue website and information page, effective with that motion. Mayor and council further directed me to take staff forward in developing guidelines, code changes, zoning reforms, and whatever else is necessary to address any potential future data center in the city of Tucson.
Thank you.
Thank you. Roxanne, I think it's Gannon, Roxanne Gannon. And then after Roxanne is Raimundo Aguirre.
Hi, my name is Roxanne Gagnon. I'm a retired commander for Southern District and Post 77 of Tucson Estates. What it is I've been homeless. They liquidated my mom's house, stripped cars, took the life insurance policies, and I've met a lot of homeless people. You can't put them all together because you're going to have big problems. So I kind of came up with a little solution, and maybe you guys could fall into it. The schools are empty. They're paying taxes. We're getting taxes off of them. Why not use one of those rooms and set it into two and have two people in one room, and that gets some of us off the streets? Or we can take 4 tents on the outskirts of town and put 4 tents up, make sure we got charging stations, laundromats, everything that they need, and then they're not robbing downtown and they're not robbing the city. Okay, that's all I'm saying. And then I've got 4 letters to turn in so you guys will have a clue of what these people are going through. We had the city come out and bulldoze our tent and took whatever they wanted. They could care less who it belonged to. They just took it. I don't think that's fair either. But I got 4 letters here that I'd like for you guys to pass around. You don't have to give them back. But this kind of explains what people are going through out there that are homeless. The other thing is that, I didn't make this choice to be homeless. Your Southern Mental Health. They're liquidating people, putting them in the street, and then turn around and donating their things to other people that live in housing. I've had that happen too. I just don't think it's fair what they're doing to the homeless. And I don't think it's fair as what's done to me. And when I go down to talk to the sheriff's department and ask to talk to a detective, and they send me a deputy. Or I go down to TPD and tell them what the problem is, and they say, well, you ain't got no evidence, it's a civil suit. Where is that ending the problem? And where is it helping the problem? It's not. Thank you.
Ms. Gagnon? Ms. Gagnon, if you could give us, you didn't give us any type of contact information. If you could give us contact information so that we can connect you with our housing navigators to help. We'll get that. Thank you. Raimundo?
Good evening, Mayor, Romero, and council members. My name is Raimundo. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. I reside within the city of Tucson, and I'm a concerned citizen. I'm here to talk about something that affects all of us, something that reaches across neighborhoods, incomes, and generations: the safety of our public transit system. For many people in our city, public transit is not a choice, it's a necessity. It's how parents get to work, how students get to school, how seniors get to their doctor's appointments. It's a service meant to support life, opportunity, and connection. But lately, too many of us are asking the same question: is it safe? We've seen the headlines, we've heard the stories. Riders are being harassed, drivers threatened, and fights breaking out. People are afraid to wait at certain stops, especially at night. And when emergencies happen, too often there's no one there to help. No response, no support, no system in place that works fast enough. This is a crisis, and it's one that demands urgency, not delays. Because this is not just about buses and bus stops, it's about people. Real people who rely on the system every day and deserve to feel safe doing so. Imagine being a young woman waiting alone at a poorly lit stop with no cameras, no security. Imagine being a driver who has to break up a violent altercation without backup while trying to keep 30 other passengers safe. Imagine being a rider with a disability and watching a fellow passenger have a mental health crisis with no trained professionals in sight to help. Public safety is not a luxury, it is a basic right. And public transit must reflect that. Because when people don't feel safe, they stop riding. And when they stop riding, the entire system suffers. Tonight, I'm calling on this council to commit to the following actions, not 6 months from now, not next year, but starting now. Provide trained transit safety officers, not just on call, but visible, present on high-risk routes and at busy transit centers. Build real-time emergency response systems that ensure when a call for help is made, it is answered immediately and effectively. Partner with mental health professionals who can respond with compassion and training, especially when enforcement isn't appropriate. Invest in lighting, working security cameras, clear signage, and clean, functional infrastructure that communicates safety to every rider. These are not extras. These are essentials. This is the foundation of a transit system that respects the dignity of its workers and the humanity of its riders. We should not have to worry and wait for tragedy to act. We should not have to accept fear as the cost of using public services. You, as leaders, have the power to make decisions that restore trust in our public transit. You can send a clear message to our public that it believes in equity, in access, and in safety for everyone, everywhere, at every stop. We want a system that works. More than that, we want a system we believe in. Hold your promise to your constituents, and let's build a system that works not just for a few, but for everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Aguirre. Reyes Suarez.
Mayor.
Reyes Suarez.
Mayor.
Yes.
Could City Manager Tamir share the direction that we gave during study session as far as the safety of the transit system goes, please?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor. To that point, Mayor and Council made a decision today to keep transit fare free while at the same time have directed staff to develop a safety program and an assessment to make sure that we come up with solutions similar to what that speaker just mentioned. And that was work to begin immediately.
Mr. Suarez, can you use the taller mic? Thank you.
Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Reyes Suarez. I'm a native Tucsonan, born right here.
I'm here today to speak about the increased surveillance state that is happening here in Tucson. Jaime Alanis Garcia was a migrant worker who was killed in an ICE raid in California. Our community gathered in solidarity at the Cesar Chavez Gardens, right there by 5 Points. During the vigil, unmarked car came with TPD officers who went and placed a camera on a pole on the opposite side of the street, as you can see here. This is a meeting in mourning and solidarity. There was no need for surveillance here. Later that day, there was another vigil at Alvernon Shrine for Saif Musalat, a Palestinian American from Florida who was beaten to death by West Bank settlers. Again, when we arrived there was another CSART camera placed on the pole there. Last week on Wednesday, we had a march down Cushing Street that ended at the El Teridito Shrine in order to honor those who are starving in Gaza, but also Adwa Hatlin, the West Bank activist who helped make the Oscar-winning No Other Land film, who was also shot to death by a West Bank settler. There was no camera placed at the shrine there. However, there was a drone flying overhead during the vigil. The drone itself could be overheard over the speakers who were using a megaphone. This isn't surveillance. This is surveillance, but this isn't about safety. This is about intimidation, in my eyes. We've had plenty of vigils there at the Lethal Shrine without any surveillance going there. If you need to have servicemen there to provide safety, we're fine with that. But why do we need to be having cameras on there? And I want to ask Councilwoman Nikki Lee, who was present at the center's presentation on Halloween last year, is this what you expected from the center? To erode our essential liberties. We need rollback. We need to rein this in. We need to focus on service and not surveillance by TPD. We need to stop the implementation of flock cameras that record license plate data in car manufacturers that can be accessed by the Department of Homeland Security for immigration purposes. This administration has shown that it has white nationalist tendencies, and they have painted any dissidents as enemies of the state. We need you, as our city leaders, to help protect your community. I want to leave on a quote by Benjamin Franklin, who historically said, "Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase temporary safety deserve neither liberty or safety." Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Suarez. Carissa Sup or Sip? I'm sorry, Carissa.
So it's Carissa Sip. Yeah. So I'm going to ad lib because the speech that I wanted to give is completely different than the one that I planned is completely different from what you guys did earlier. So I'm here to thank you. I'm here to thank you for doing the right thing, taking the data and making a decision that is best for Tucson. And I appreciate the fact that you've listened to a lot of experts. I myself am 25 years in the industry in engineering. Currently right now, I'm developing a chassis that has CPU, GPU, and some SDRs. So I have a lot of experience. I have 11 papers, a patent, and I have a lot of, I guess I would say, information that I'd like to share and help the town be better. I'd like for us to grow together better and look for your constituents for that expertise. Honestly, after talking to you, and I know there's TEP reps here today, so I don't want to put them on blast, but I did hear some false information from TEP Monday night, and their information to me was, I got it from Beal. And that erodes trust. It erodes trust in the public for you guys to be getting the right information. I felt like it was a multi-level marketing scheme every meeting I went to. And that's how I felt because I knew some of the data was wrong. And I think we all knew that. I even asked how the modeling was done. And the answer was, well, we don't know. I think they gave us typical. So thank you. I'm here to say thank you. And let's work together to not let this happen again. And then I want to spin around and put another spiel in for zero fares. And then I also advocate for the bus drivers with safety. I hear them and I really appreciate what they do. I ride the bus a lot. I've gotten stuck some places because I've lost my bus pass when I actually had to pay. And I didn't have a chance to get home. So I really appreciate zero fares. I've gotten stuck when I've had a flat tire on my bike with my kids. We would have not gotten home. I didn't have cell phone batteries, and I appreciate the fact that it's enabled, but I do want it to be safe. I want riders to be able to take breaks and go to the bathroom. I didn't know that. And if that's happening, I am so for that. But I also really feel for the zero fares because I know there are some people who will not be able to go get this bus pass, not be able to go get this zero fare, not be able to do that paperwork. They don't even have internet access. They're gonna need that zero fare. I know I need it. I don't even have a wallet. I'm looking for it. And I'm like, I'm not getting home to my kids, right? If I lose that bus pass, it's over. Like, it just happened. And that's what had happened before. So I'm going to ask you that I say that I think that the bus drivers are great. I have never met a bus driver who's been only helpful. And so they've let my kids bikes on the bus when we've gotten stuck and they knew we were desperate. And there were 3 already, and so I appreciate that, but I also do appreciate the zero fare that you guys are offering, and I do want to thank you for Project Blue and doing the right thing and seeking your constituents and getting their help. Okay, I'm done. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Carissa. J.D. Butler. J.D. Butler.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor Romero and council members. My name is JD Butler, representing the Arizona Lodging and Tourism Association, the statewide voice of Arizona's travel and tourism industry. While I'm not a Tucson resident, I represent hotel operators, workers, and business leaders who are deeply invested in this community and its economic success. Tourism has long been one of Tucson's strongest economic drivers, bringing outside dollars into local businesses, creating jobs, and generating tax revenue without burdening local residents. We love Tucson, from the Coronado and Saguaro Forest, from the Sabino Canyon, and the fantastic dark sky initiatives that you've all championed. You've done a great job of maintaining Tucson as a wonderful destination, and now it's important to protect those assets. We need to keep driving that growth, and to do that, Tucson needs to remain competitive. There were several proposals put forward earlier, and for anyone who doesn't remember, the one that moved forward eliminated the surcharge, but would increase the total tax burden that hotels here in Tucson face to 15%. I'm going to throw out some other numbers. The state average is 12.6%, Phoenix 12.5%, and Chandler 11.6%. So this really does show how far ahead Tucson will be in that lodging tax rate. And that has real consequences for how event planners, sports tournaments, and business travelers are going to make their decisions. According to the latest data from the Arizona Office of Tourism, the southern region is one of only 2 statewide that experienced a decline across key tourism indicators. And that means that this region saw a decline in the number of tourists and the dollars that they were spending in, again, local businesses. And that has real consequences for the jobs here. I fully recognize the fiscal pressure that the city is facing, but we do urge caution with policies that may unintentionally undercut one of the sectors that are capable of delivering sustained economic growth. We need to let tourism do its job, ensure that you remain competitive as a destination, and let it bring people here, support small businesses, and generate the revenue that Tucson needs to thrive. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you. Dan Hunt. And then after Dan, we're going to hear from Reed Sperling. Dan? You can't do that, sir. No. You can pass. So if you don't want to speak, that's okay, but I'm going to have to go to Reed Sperling. So Dan, do you want to speak?
Sure,
Okay.
I'll speak. I came here really, I guess the past month or so, I've been really dealing with a lot of stress, as a lot of other Tucsonans have, about the Project Blue coming here. And so I just wanted to thank everyone here for your decision to cancel that project. And also forward-looking too, to put in the protections to prevent those types of things, those types of projects from coming here in the future as well. You can tell that there's a lot of passionate people in Tucson that care about our natural resources and care about the future and sustainability. And I just wanted to thank you again for making the decision that you made. Thanks.
Thank you, Dan. Reed Sperling.
Hello, my name is Reed Sperling. I'm a Tucson resident. Thank you, Mayor Romero and council members. Thank you especially to my Ward 3 council member, Kevin Dahl. Your vote earlier today to put Project Blue in the past tense is a massive win for Tucson, protecting our water, our air, and our safety. In front of us now, and in front of all of you, are some much bigger tasks. We must, as the mayor and council members have noted, reform all processes and governing bodies that make such extractive, secretive, and downright abusive development all too routine. Is any process that destroys what we love routinely really worthy of the term development? Let's call it what it is: institutionalized greed, enabled by the corporate rubber stampers currently in majority on the Pima County Board of Supervisors, the Arizona State Legislature, and the Arizona Corporation Commission. Beal tried to put their data centers here because they saw processes that could be exploited. And a utility company it knew would sell out its ratepayers and would be their partner in forcibly extracting yet more money from this town. It's time for TEP to go. They were goaded on throughout this process by the Chamber of Commerce. Our elected officials should listen to those who elect them, not to those who give them money or fraternize behind closed doors. We need comprehensive reform of development processes to protect our resources and our future forever. We can and must do better, and I hope you will continue to build on your votes today to enact real reforms. Thank you.
So we're going to hear from Elena Richards and then Soshik, I believe, McKenna. Elena, coming to the taller mic.
Hello. I kind of, like previous speakers, have had to adapt my statement today because of decisions made. So thank you for saying no to Project Blue. And I'm actually going to read a piece that I wrote. I'm speaking on behalf of the Transit for All Coalition today, and keeping transit fare free is one of the best things we can do for sustaining the future of our future generations, but also providing for people as inequality gets worse. And so here's an op-ed I wrote a while back that I want to share with you all in the context of everything that's happened. As Tucson grows, increasing attention is paid to my generation, Gen Z. I'm on the older end of that. Since 2020, in my own studies of health and society and public health, I have listened to and participated in discussions with researchers, journalists, and my Gen Z peers about what makes our political priorities different, where we get our news, and what these conversations reveal about subtle but important generational differences about how Tucson can listen, learn, and act and look towards the future. As our hot desert environment faces climate change head on, Gen Z is talking about climate change more than any other generation, with 67% of Gen Z nationally talking about climate action on a weekly basis. Transit is one of those things that can help us reduce our emissions. When we look at Arizona's carbon emissions by sector, over 60% of emissions in our state come from the transportation and residential sectors, 37 and 26% respectively. Transit-oriented development helps us address both these sectors at the same time. So as the state mandates that we upzone in our community corridors, and I know you developed the community corridors tool, I really want to emphasize how that relates to fare free, and keeping that access for people as we build is essential to helping us keep young people here in town. I've had so many conversations with young Tucsonans who have left and come back, like myself, because we love this place so much, but we left seeking city resources that we don't have in this city, that we need to invest in at this density scale, and prioritizing the cost of maintenance over the upfront costs that I heard time and time again over these public meetings. Upfront costs will be paid, upfront costs will be paid. Cost of maintenance needs to be our priority for the environment, for the cost of living, and for the affordability of all of Tucson, and from transit to housing to utilities. Public power is also one of these things that relates to it. So thank you.
I'm going to destroy this name. I think it's Xochitl or Xochitl.
I can correct that for you.
Please correct it for me.
McKenna. Hello, Mayor and council members. My name is Xochitl McKenna. I'm a resident of Tucson and an enrolled member of the Pascua Yaqui tribe. And I wanted to, I guess, initially thank you for listening to your constituency with your vote earlier today about Project Blue. However, I think I bring something new to the table that no one's probably planning on talking about tonight, and that is myself and other members of Native nations here tonight were gravely concerned throughout this whole process about the lack of tribal consultation. Although our tribes do not border the annexation land, we are customers of Tucson water. For example, Pascua Yaqui tribe's entire potable water comes from the city of Tucson. I was in contact with the tribal council over the last 3 weeks, and we received no public education or consultation. So my question to you is, moving forward, if there's, projects like this on the horizon or anything else that's going to impact our shared resources, what is your plan to reach out to tribal members, not only in Pascua Yaqui tribe, but in the San Javier district of the Tohono O'odham Nation? Thank you for your time.
Mayor Romero.
I've reached out to them. Athena Schmidt.
Hello. Sorry. I actually don't have as much to say, but I do want to just quickly. Oh, sorry. Hello? Hi, sorry. A lot of this has been amended since this morning, but I do want to just say thank you, much like many of these other individuals. I more specifically want to ask, what measures are we looking at for future protection against these sorts of developments in the future? What are plans in place? I understand that you're looking at establishing guidelines. Is there any idea what kind of guidelines we're looking at to protect the resources of our home, not just for us, but for generations to come? Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to? Thank you so much. Alan Bentz. Alan, there you are. Hi, Alan.
Mayor and members of council. First thing, I would like to thank the members of mayor and council for extending fare-free transit for at least another year. Thank you very much for that vote. On the other hand, I think the members of the hotel industry are basically yelling wolf, wolf when there is no wolf. They quote percentage this and percentage that when the actual thing that we presented to mayor and council was a flat $6 a night figure. I pulled up some information from the Doubletree Reed Park website this afternoon before coming here for an average room current time frame for 3 nights, $356, including tax and property surcharge, $356, and the $6 proposal that was put forward would add that up to like $362. I do not think that any one individual that spends probably $1,000 or more to come to Tucson and spend 3 nights at the hotel plus food, beverage, and incidentals is going to have a hissy fit over an extra $6. You can get a cup of coffee at Denny's for $3.69 plus tax and tip, and that almost runs $6. I don't think any convention is going to throw up their arms and say, "Oh, we can't do this, we can't do this," and go off to someplace else. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We passed the 30-minute timeline about 10 minutes ago, but I'm going to do 2 additional speakers. So Jason Smith and then Alan Bloomberg will be our last speaker. Jason?
Thank you, Mayor Romero and City Council, for allowing 2 additional speakers tonight. Good evening, Mayor Romero and City Council members. My name is Jason Smith, and I'm a Suntran bus driver and a proud member of Teamsters Local 104. While I am a Teamster, I want to be clear that I'm speaking today on my own behalf and not on behalf of the union. I'll get straight to the point. Our transit system is not safe. Our passengers aren't safe, our bus stops aren't safe, my fellow drivers aren't safe, and I am not safe. I've had police stop my bus so they could arrest shoplifters fleeing the Walmart at Elcon. I've had 2 men nearly come to blows on board my bus. One of them lifted his shirt up to show that he had a gun in his waistband. And these are not isolated incidents. We witnessed countless assaults, fights, and even attacks with deadly weapons. It's reached a point where every morning before I start my shift, I ask myself, what's going to happen today? We are in desperate need of more security for the safety of our passengers, our drivers, and our community. So tonight, I'm asking you, Mayor Romero, and members of the City Council to acknowledge what the City of Tucson people already know. Our transit system is not safe. It's time to take action. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Alan Bloomberg, thank you. Alan Bloomberg.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Alan Blumberg. I actually live outside the city limits, but I am here. I keep an eye on 2 homes at the Park Modern development, which is very close to First Avenue and Fort Lowell. This is my neighbor over there. We have a lot of problems with drugs in everybody's yard. I find needles. I find people in the yard. I have to actually ask them to leave. A lot of tinfoil, pipes. This is on a regular basis. Also, my neighbor across the street, she called me the other night because there were people there. I did call the police and they came. So I mostly just want to let you know that there's pretty much open air drug use right in people's yards, just right flat out in the yard. And you come over there and you can ask them to leave. Usually they leave. Sometimes they're a little belligerent, but I don't know if this is my neighbor. I don't know if you would like.
Can I? Okay, my name is Maddie Griffiths. I came a couple of years ago because my daughter got admitted to U of A medical school. She did the first year and she got overwhelmed and she had to take a medical leave. We came back. I rented an apartment. I lived with her for a couple of months to support her emotionally. We applied for the grad housing. During these 2 months, I decided to buy a house so I can be with her for the 7 years or whatever years for medical school. So I bought the house on Hedrick Drive, and it needed a lot of fixing. So I started fixing it, and she came several times during different times during the day. And she said, Mom, I can't live here. There is a lot of homeless. I fear for my life. I will start rotation. I'll go to hospital, I come at night. She went ahead and rented an apartment. I got discouraged. I left for a while. During that time, my neighbor called me and she said, there is a fire in your backyard. The homeless started fire on the body lane behind my fence. And there was an explosion. A metal thing flew over to my backyard, started the fire. When I came back, I called the fire department to get the report for the insurance. It was surprisingly no report. One night, I woke up at 3:00 a.m. in the morning and banging, and I called the police and they said, is there anything illegal? I said, I don't know, but I couldn't sleep. Another night, I didn't have dinner, I wanted to go out. There was 12 of them across the street. I feared and I went back home and I didn't go out. The needles, lighters in front, in the back of my house. So there is electric post between Buddy Lane and Euclid. If we put a gate, because there is no emergency cars that can go through there, so it will stop them at least to go to the back alley behind our houses.
Ma'am, your time is up, but we do have Mr. Bloomberg's phone number. So I know that Councilmember Dahl wants to make sure that.
And
Yeah.
you do have my card too with my full information.
Alrighty, we'll make sure that we call and we can contact you, and I believe Councilmember Dahl will give you this information so that your office can do some constituent work.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Bloomberg. Thank you all for coming. Really appreciate you. Thank you. Item 7.
Consent agenda, items A through J.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's consent agenda, item A is approval of minutes. Item B is a Fifth Amendment extending the management agreement for the Temple of Music and Art. Item C is a sale of select El Portal properties. Item D is an intergovernmental agreement with Pima County for the 2024 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistant Grant Program Award. Item E is an intergovernmental agreement for participation in the Arizona Child Abduction Response Team. Item F is a sub-award agreement for fiscal year 23, the Smart Policing Initiative Grant Program. Item G is a final plat, TD DIV 1124-084 Cielo Reserve Lots 1 through 51 in Common Area A. Item H is Title VI Fair Equity Analysis for Mass Transit. Item I is a final participant agreement, a financial participant agreement, strategic framework community reinvestment. That item will be considered separately at the request of Councilmember Pettis. And item J is an intergovernmental agreement with Pima County, amendment with Pima County for animal care and enforcement services.
What is the council's pleasure? Or may I have a motion to pass?
A motion to approve consent agenda.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we do need to go to roll call.
And this is for consent agenda items A through H and J. Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Mr. Dahl.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Pettis.
Aye.
Mixulic.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 7-0, and we need to consider one separately.
That item is item I, the Financial Participant Agreement, Strategic Framework Community Reinvestment.
I had only just wanted to bring this up for discussion, for explanation for myself and colleagues. Obviously, this was prompted with programming out of Ward 5, and so kind of just wanted some clarity as to kind of going forward as to how myself and my colleagues will navigate the use of our framework funds.
Mr. Manager?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, if I heard the question correctly, it was about what is the process from here. This item, if adopted by the mayor and council, would then authorize staff, namely me, to directly enter into financial participation agreements with entities in the community that meet the requirements of the strategic framework, which are fairly flexible, but are intentional by the mayor and council to achieve certain outcomes. And as long as we have that in place, we can administratively do those agreements, so things can move forward much more quickly.
Awesome. Thank you.
Alrighty, you'd have to.
And honorable mayor, members of the council, is at my request that we establish clearly in the record that the manager has secured the approval by the mayor and council, the legislative body, for the subsequent administrative approvals of these agreements as they go forward.
And then I believe we need a motion to proceed and move the item forward.
So moved. Second.
Alrighty, so there is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I believe we need a roll call.
Mr. Cunningham. Aye. Mr. Dahl.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Pettis.
Aye.
Mixulic.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Item I on the consent agenda is approved by a vote of 7-0. Alrighty, so I might need the help of our city attorney to just help me proceed with these. These are the public hearings announced. What I am going to do, I'm going to take items 8, 9, and 10 together at the same time, and we are going to consider them together as well. So let me read the heading: City Manager's Communication number 214, 215, and 216, dated August 6th, are received into and made part of the record. This is the time and place legally advertised for an appeal of the zoning examiner's decision in a special exception case, TPENT-1024-00022, TP perpendicular crossing, Oracle and Grant intersection, TPENT-1024-0024, TP perpendicular crossing, East 36th and South Keno Parkway intersection, and TPENT-1024-0023, TP perpendicular crossing, Broadway and Euclid intersection. Is the appellant present? This is TP. Please come to the mic and introduce yourself.
Madam Mayor, honorable council members, for the record, my name is Stephen Eddy. Address is 88 East Broadway. Appreciate you all hearing the item this evening. With me, we have TEP's Assistant General Counsel, Adam Melton. In addition, we have Clark Briner, Manager of Siting, Outreach and Engagement. So I just want to provide just a little bit of context before I turn it over to Adam. The item before you this evening is an appeal to the zoning examiner's decision on a special exception process established by the mayor and council. That process provides relief from the city's gateway and scenic ordinance for overhead construction within those corridors, so long as it meets specific criteria. And obviously, as noted in the case, perpendicular crossings are applicable to seeking relief. As I stated, Adam is going to go through some of the legal points that we have related to this case, but what I wanted to touch on briefly is the collaboration and partnership, as well as compromise that TEP has established with the city of Tucson, not just for this project, but other initiatives that we have ongoing throughout the city. The Midtown Reliability Project dates back to 2019. During the 6 years that we've been engaged in that project, we have held dozens of public meetings, received thousands of public comments, which we believe speaks to the city's desire to really take in public input and hear the community on major infrastructure projects like Midtown Reliability. We feel that collaboration, partnership, and compromise applies to this project and this case. I will turn it now to Adam for his comments. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, council members, thank you for having me again. As Stephen said, my name is Adam Melton. I am Assistant General Counsel at TEP. And I personally want to echo the sentiments about collaboration. I've been involved in several meetings with the city and its staff, and I feel like it's a very productive relationship, even though many times we don't see eye to eye. I think one of the challenges that we have before us today is there's a bit of an elephant in the room in terms of the concept of the Midtown Reliability Project, because for 6 years, it feels like the battle has been TEP versus city, undergrounding versus overhead, right? That is not what today is about. Through the 6 years of this project's development, I want to highlight some things that we have actually collaborated with the city on. The special exceptions themselves. Some of you may recall that in 2020, 2021, senior leaders of both the city and TEP got together and looked at common sense situations where an underground crossing of a gateway route may not be the best choice. Not simply because it costs more, but as I'm going to show you with some pictures, there's a real question that it doesn't look better either. We've, through that effort, created some language. It was presented to this body and is passed into law, which is now found in UDC section 4.9.11A13. That is a mouthful. I'm just going to say special exception from now on. We've collaborated on the location of the line. We heard loud and clear that Campbell was a non-starter. It is now moved. The line is not located within any gateway route. It is an 8.5-mile line. It connects our Keno substation, which is at Keno and 36, to our DeMoss Petrie substation at about Grant and I-10. It crosses 91 roads. 3 of them are gateways. As you all know, it's Keno crossed on 36, Broadway crossed on Euclid, and Oracle crossed on Grant. As part of this project, and as yet another further indication of collaboration, very recently, TEP and city staff have worked through what a possible solution to this could be. Obviously, it is in your hands. But I will echo that city staff's recommendation before the acting and zoning examiner was to approve all 3 overhead crossings. That is certainly TEP's position, and we think that is the correct legal result. However, there's been conversation about assume Oracle and Grant and Keno and 36 were approved. Overhead crossings were allowed. Could a condition of that be that the Broadway and Euclid intersection be crossed underground, meaning a denial of the appeal or withdrawal of the appeal? From TEP's perspective, if that was the decision today, we would live with it. It is something that's doable. But I want to make sure that you guys are making decisions with eyes wide open. And so I know we have a presentation. I'd like to highlight a few things. And I want to recognize that your decision, it's easy for lawyers to get lost in the words, make legal arguments, and you forget about that they are real world practical impacts. I think it's important to look at the practical issues here in terms of what's the difference between an overhead crossing and an underground crossing at these three intersections. Because it's not undergrounding is always better than overhead and vice versa. You have to look at each intersection. So if we go to the next slide, please. This is just a map of the route. You know it by now. I'm going to skip ahead. Next slide, please. And next slide. All right, so this is Keno and 36, starting at the south. And what you'll notice is that the top picture is what it looks like today. The middle is a simulation of what an overhead crossing would have. And the bottom is a simulation of what an underground crossing would look like. The unique characteristics of Keno and 36 is there are already poles there. An overhead crossing simply hangs the wires on those poles. There are no new pole structures. What you'll notice also is in the top, the current layout has distribution and telecommunication lines going across the left side of the picture. All of that is going to be removed and undergrounded as part of any of these two choices. If you look at the simulated condition, what's left is you remove the poles on the left. The same poles exist, you just have more wires on them. It's a very clean looking intersection. An undergrounding crossing, if you'll notice that there is a riser structure, we call it, that's on the left side of the road. I want to talk a little bit about those as part of this conversation, what these structures really are. But I think the size differential between them and a typical transmission pole will be evident shortly. Next slide, please. Okay, this is just yet another angle of Keno and 36. Again, if you notice on the bottom, a simulated undergrounding crossing, you've got a riser structure on the left and a riser structure on the right. And this is what you would see driving north on Keno. There's, of course, no wire crossing between those riser structures, but there is the existing lines. The middle photo would be what a simulated overhead crossing would look like at this intersection. Next slide, please. Ultimately, what this does is it creates less wires in the air at this intersection by a fairly substantial amount, cuts the number of structures in half. So overall, we think from just a generalized clutterness of an intersection, you can see the benefits here. Next slide, please. And one more. Okay, this is the slide I want you guys to pay attention to closely. In the middle, you see in the right-hand part of the photograph, this is a typical normal transmission pole. At the base, the foundation is approximately 2 feet wide, and it tapers up. And the bottom picture is an underground, is a riser that would have to be installed at the same location, and I'll explain that in a second too. Those riser structures, the pole itself is 6 feet wide, and the concrete foundation is 8 feet wide. These are not insignificant pieces of infrastructure. There's a reason we don't have them in our system. You can see that as you're driving along this road, you see the other riser structure on the opposite end, sort of in the foreground of the picture. And that's because to underground, you're taking an overhead line, have to draw it underground, under the road, and bring it back up to continue along. The gateway corridor zoning ordinances would require, or prohibit, let me say, any utilities within the gateway route or within 150 feet of the gateway route, which means whether it's an overhead crossing or an underground crossing, you're going to have some form of a pole structure more or less 150-ish feet from the gateway routes. And the difference is sheer size and magnitude. What I would also encourage you to do is, as part of our papers that we filed, there's a number of exhibits. Look at Exhibit E. It is a engineering schematic that shows essentially a scaled version of a pole versus riser structure. So you can, again, get the kind of understanding what the difference is. But to say categorically that undergrounding an intersection with those structures is less impactful on the land around it than much smaller poles and wires, I think is flawed, to be perfectly candid. But again, not technologically impossible. Next slide, please. This is just further statistics of the overall reduction of the structures and wires from current to an overhead crossing situation. Again, it's due to undergrounding the distribution and the telecommunication lines, and therefore being able to retire several of the poles. Next slide. And finally, one more. And this is Oracle and Grant. And Oracle and Grant is an intersection that right now has no utilities in it. But as you also know, it's a heavily commercialized area. The middle is, again, simulated what an overhead crossing would look like, and the bottom is an underground where you could see the riser structure there. The one thing I want to point out on this is these simulations were created several months ago. At the time, it was intended that the line would, in the middle would cross, and then that pole looks more robust than usual. And it's because it was going to be what we call a turning structure. It would have wires come in and then turn. Just laws of physics, you need something more sturdy. That's actually not the case now. So we would have what I'm going to call a normal pole. I think it's important to also recognize that these riser structures are the same height as a normal transmission pole. So they're not shorter and they're not less invasive. So that's sort of the lay of the land of what it would actually look like, more or less. Obviously, these are simulations. Real would have some minor alterations depending upon in-field adjustments. But I think it's also important to recognize a couple of things too, and that is, in total, if there were 3 underground crossings, the effect is undergrounding about 0.3 of a mile of line. That's a little over 3.5% of the total mileage of this line. Let's turn to costs now. We've done preliminary engineering designs for undergrounding one of the intersections, Broadway and Euclid, to get an estimate of what that cost would be. Our estimate is that the incremental increase is about $5.9 million. Now look, that's an estimate. Could it be less than that? Sure. Could it be more than that? Sure. We don't know for certain, but it's a reasonable number. And even if you knock it in half, you're talking millions of dollars of extra cost for undergrounding about 0.3 of a mile of a line. And not to avoid the obvious, costs are a concern. We are concerned about affordability. We know that our commission has particular interest over this. And so we are very cautious about inviting these types of costs on for our customers. And so I will say, if you look at the acting zoning examiner's decision, we believe it's severely flawed. Not because of the conclusions he reached, but because of how he reached those conclusions. I state this in the papers that we've submitted, and I'm not going to rehash them over and over here, except to say that his interpretation of UDC section 3.4.5, if left standing, makes it so that it's impossible for any special exception to ever be granted. And that is an absurd and an arbitrary and a capricious interpretation of the statutes. And so we encourage you not to just adopt his analysis. And so with that, again, I'll yield the balance of my time, but again, I want to reiterate that the Planning Development Services Department recommends overhead crossings. We believe the plain language of the ordinance counsels towards overhead crossings. We believe it's more aesthetically pleasing to not have those riser structures bracketing these roads, and it's certainly cheaper for our customers. And so our ask is that all 3 appeals are accepted. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I'm gonna go to our city attorney, just in case you want to add us and then help lead us, and then our city clerk, Suzanne Message, to help us go through this public hearing.
Sure, Mayor. And as has been discussed, this is a public hearing actually scheduled as 3 consecutive public hearings on appeals by TEP from the zoning examiner's decision in these 3 cases. The cases, as you know, are asking for relief from the undergrounding requirements that otherwise apply where transmission lines go along a gateway corridor. And so, as was described, the 3 intersections in question are Oracle and Grant, Keno and 36, and Broadway and Euclid. The zoning examiner denied the special exception requests, and pursuant to the code, TEP has now appealed those decisions to you as the mayor and council. So what you do tonight is you consider the information in the record and the testimony that you hear tonight, and then the mayor and council will close the public hearing and make a decision on the 3 appeals. You can choose to deny each appeal and affirm the decisions that the zoning examiner made, or you could grant the appeals and reverse those decisions, or you could grant the appeals and impose additional conditions. And in your materials, the Planning and Development Services staff provided recommended conditions in the event that you do grant the appeals at each of these locations, which is what the recommendation from staff was. As has been mentioned, these were 3 separate appeals for 3 separate applications scheduled for 1-hour hearings each. The appeals all relate to the same project and the same alignment. So my suggestion, I agree with the mayor, to consolidate the public hearing process so that the speakers now don't have to get up, talk about one, sit down, get back up, talk about the next one, et cetera. Just let them talk about all 3. And then you can consider your decision for each of the individual cases. In the event that you do decide that a reasonable outcome would be to grant the appeals with the additional conditions recommended by staff with respect to the 2 intersections, but require the undergrounding at the Broadway and Euclid intersection, that is an outcome that you can achieve, and I'll help you guide through that if that is the decision you make after the public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Ms. Message, Ms. Clerk?
Yes, Your Honor. This is also an appeal, as Mike said, so that we have an order of appeal. We've heard from Mr. Eddy and Mr. Melton from Tucson Electric Power. We will have a public hearing for people who want to address the mayor and council, followed by a rebuttal or further information from TEP, response from Planning and Services Director, if any, and then the mayor and council may direct questions to the parties appearing before them or any other persons who may have relevant information in order to establish the reasons for the decision, and then the mayor and council may discuss the case or cases or act on them.
Thank you so much, Ms. Clerk. I'm looking at the cards and I am not seeing any repeat names. So I am going to just take them in order. And when I call your name, please come forward and state your name, whether you live in the city of Tucson or not, whom you are representing, and whether or not you are a paid speaker. So our first speaker is going to be Tommy Mercado. And remember that speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Tommy Mercado. All righty. Henry Worden. Hi, Henry.
My name is Henry Werchen, and I've lived in Tucson city limits for nearly 30 years. I live in the historic West University neighborhood. I am speaking to recommend against approval of the appeals by TEP. If these appeals are granted, Tucson Electric Power is successful, they will erect 90 to 130-foot high power transmission lines cutting through historic districts, neighborhoods, and school zones, including along Euclid and parts of Speedway. Main Gate, the historic welcoming gate to the University of Arizona, and the popular Main Gate Square will be dwarfed by the poles and lines. I'm calling on city officials to require the TEP underground all new lines. The U of A area plan in the West University Historic District zoning overlays call for new utilities to be undergrounded. Why would TEP be allowed to ignore our historic preservation zone? Double standards benefiting billion-dollar corporations should not be tolerated. Central Phoenix has 14 miles of transmission lines underground, Tempe 8 miles, Chandler 7 miles, and Scottsdale 10 miles. Tucson has 0, and TEP needs to bury only 2 miles to comply with Tucson's plans and ordinances. If other Arizona utilities can manage longer underground projects in other Arizona cities, TEP can certainly manage one in Tucson. As recent history has unfortunately demonstrated, above-ground transmission lines pose a substantial fire risk, especially given the current climate crisis that underground transmission lines do not pose. Investigations are ongoing in Los Angeles regarding the recent fires, with investigators zeroing in on the transmission lines as the likely culprit. Tucson is not immune for such risk. So TEP's request for special exemption fails on multiple grounds to meet the requirements of the City of Tucson's Unified Development Code, as well as the subsidiary area and historic preservation plans. Because TEP's request clearly conflicts with the legal requirements under the UDC necessary to grant a special exception, the city should deny TEP's appeal. Simply put, T should be required to underground any planned 138 kilovolt transmission lines. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Dempsey.
Hi. Hi. My name is Daniel Dempsey. First, good evening, Mayor and Council. There's a lot to respond to that I'm not going to have enough time to respond to that they said, but you can read it in the files that have been presented to you. So I'm the volunteer co-founder of Underground Arizona, a nonprofit focused on the facts about Arizona's electric system. I'm not a paid speaker. I live in Ward 6, and I'm deeply appreciative of the job Karen has done. I'm also deeply appreciative of the job Kevin has done in the absence of a council member for a little while. And if we could have voted for you, we would have, Kevin, so thank you. In terms of TEP's appeal of the denial of its special exception applications, TEP has tried going to the courts and failed. It has tried exaggerating costs and ratepayer impacts and failed. It has tried going to the ACC behind your back to steal your powers to enforce your laws and failed. It has failed everywhere and wasted more money than following the law would have cost if it had undergrounded on Campbell. And that should piss you off. It should piss you off that TEP is comfortable telling you that undergrounding isn't allowed when there are dozens of undergrounding projects in Phoenix that have had no measurable impact on rates. It should piss you off that TEP denies your power to enforce your own laws, despite the Arizona Supreme Court settling this issue a half-century ago. It should piss you off that TEP feels so comfortable fighting to have Tucson treated as a second-class city. I could go on and on. TEP's carelessness and entitlement should piss you off. Anyways, the zoning examiner, Mr. Frank Cassidy, is one of the foremost experts on land use in our community. He teaches or taught many of our local attorneys on land use law at the U of A, and he made no material errors in his decisions. You can read our written response for details, but TEP's quibbles are at best minor and immaterial. Interpretation of the code is Mr. Cassidy's job, and he did an excellent job. If you were to accept TEP's interpretation of the law would never be enforceable anywhere in Tucson because there'd be riser structures anywhere you undergrounded, so it would defeat the whole purpose of any undergrounding law, which is ridiculous, right? Their drawings do not represent the most likely situation. The most likely situation is they can't come back above ground, at least in the university area plan. If you didn't want these laws, you could have repealed them, but you didn't. You doubled down. Plan Tucson 2025 strengthens and expands these undergrounding requirements. The Phoenix Metro has dozens of miles of underground transmission lines paid for through APS and SRP rates. Tucson has 0. Undergrounding 2 miles in Tucson won't impact ratepayers and will improve aesthetics, which is important to economic development and tourism. TEP, as I said, went around your back in 2023 and had the ACC make a policy statement that it then used to claim undergrounding was disallowed. Just a few weeks ago, we had that policy statement invalidated by the Governor's Regulatory Review Council. While we agree with your attorneys and didn't think it was enforceable, TEP thought it was a huge deal and has referenced it repeatedly to mislead the public. The code can and should be improved upon. Transmission lines shouldn't go immediately adjacent to or above anyone's home, anywhere in Tucson. But if we don't enforce the laws that are already on the books, or we let TEP out of them for the flimsiest of reasons, we won't be able to enforce these laws or new laws anywhere in Tucson. UMC Banner stated on the record at the ACC that overhead lines discourage new development. UMC Banner is correct. What developer wants to build a multi-story building looking at a transmission line? Who wants to live or work under a high voltage transmission line? In closing, please enforce the laws as they have been interpreted by Mr. Cassidy. Ignore TEP's hyperbole, find the facts, and let's get this project built by undergrounding through the university area as has happened in Tempe, Chandler, Scottsdale, Phoenix, and elsewhere. Let's expand and enforce these requirements. Undergrounding is even more important today than it was when Phoenix started doing it 50 years ago. Let's beautify our city while hardening our infrastructure against climate change. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Dempsey. Mike Atwood.
Greetings, Mayor and Council. My name is Mike Atwood. I represent myself and also the Desert Meadow Neighborhood Association as its president. I'm not paid or anything, but I speak for my neighborhood, but also I represent myself. I urge the council to reject TEP's appeal. The harm to my neighborhood, should this project go forward as planned, would be measurable and not easily undone. But beyond that, TEP is acting in bad faith by pursuing this appeal. The appeal itself is spurious. It was not filed because they truly believe in any technical error made by the zoning examiner, but merely because the decision did not go their way. Meanwhile, they have presented no additional compelling evidence about why it should have gone their way. We just had a whole presentation about riser structures that would be completely unnecessary if they would just underground the whole route like they should. They hide behind the veil of bureaucracy and waste all of our time and money by doing so. TEP will make any argument it can to get its way, and I urge the council not to listen to them. Instead, listen to the voices of the community members you represent, who know this is a bad idea for the city and its people. Don't let yet another corporation have its way at the expense of ordinary people. In the current political environment, we in the community can often feel like there's little that we can do on the local level to stop from being taken advantage of or overlooked. But here, this is something that we can do. We have agency. Protecting that agency is more important now than it's ever been, so don't give it up so easily. I further urge the city to do everything it can to turn electricity into a public utility. The cost of doing so will never be cheaper than it is now, and it's never been more important. We would gain something more than just what the money can buy. We would be buying back our autonomy, our sovereignty. We would be buying back the ability to do good for the people of Tucson. The politics of Tucson should be handled by the city of Tucson and its people, not foreign boards of directors who don't know the city like we do. Again, I urge the council to reject TEP's appeal and affirm the zoning examiner's decisions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I think this is Kathy McLaughlin. It's okay, take your time.
Good evening, Mayor and council members and staff. I'm Kathy McLaughlin. I'm a native Tucsonan, living in the city. I'm also an architect and president of Scenic Arizona. Generations of my family have lived in Tucson for 106 years. In 1919, my grandparents were gonna move to San Diego from New Mexico. Their train had a long layover in Tucson. They walked around downtown, enjoyed the scenic beauty, the mountain backdrops, the climate, all the architecture and charm. They were so impressed that they took their luggage off the train and stayed. Decades later, I graduated from the U of A in architecture, and while there, I was teaching assistant to Kirby Lockard, who influenced me very greatly, particularly his interest in urban planning and the built environment, obviously, as an architect. In 1985, I joined in his efforts to stop the proliferation of huge billboards in this valley. Our work resulted in what is now referred to as the billboard referendum, wherein the question of whether to limit billboards was put on the November ballot that year, and the people got to vote on it. We took on the billboard industry, and we won, and won overwhelmingly. Tucson didn't want their beautiful scenic vistas blocked by massive billboards. In the 40 years since, what was once over 900 billboards has been reduced to 270. That's a 70% reduction. This was and is a volunteer grassroots effort that continues to this day. But as the city anticipates but as the city streetscapes were improved by the removal of billboards, TEP has stepped in to not just continue the uglification of our major thoroughfares, but to negatively impact every street where the right-of-way is fair game for them. Decades ago, the City Council put in place protections for our scenic corridors and our historic neighborhoods and districts, including the downtown that my grandparents were so impressed by. The intersection of Broadway and Euclid is literally the east entrance to downtown. The other intersections are equally important gateways. The zoning administrator recognized this, and his findings supported all the existing ordinances and policies that were so wisely put into place all those years ago. Please don't abandon those. This has been a 6-year battle, and I was there at the start. Through the lies from TEP, I have a whole list. What you decide after this public hearing won't just impact the Broadway, Euclid, and other intersections. It will be the first step in facilitating either TEP's visual destruction of the center of town, or conversely, facilitate the continued beautification of our streetscapes, an issue that has been so important to me and a huge percentage of Tucsonans who love this city and don't want to see it covered in TEP infrastructure, which is what is happening. 25 years ago, TEP signed a franchise agreement with the city. In that contract, TEP specifically agreed to underground its utility projects at its own expense wherever the city had required undergrounding prior to the execution of that contract. And TEP also agreed that the cost of undergrounding would not be a limiting factor or an argument against undergrounding. TEP must have understood that the costs for undergrounding were feasible, or they could never have signed that contract with the city in good faith. So perhaps they entered into the contract in bad faith, and now they expect us to suffer the consequences? Please don't let that happen. The construction that TEP is proposing must be put underground. The zoning administrator has provided all the legal ammunition you need to require TEP to put their infrastructure underground. Please uphold the zoning administrator's decisions and stop TEP from their continued uglification of our streetscapes. Generations of people, including my grandparents, future students here to check out the U of A, new businesses and industry here to consider moving to Tucson, used to be impressed by Tucson's scenic beauty, the U of A campus, mountain vistas, and the natural beauty of this region. Don't let TEP continue to ruin our streetscapes with their ugly, rusty forest of huge poles. Join your constituents, that's us, and affirm the zoning administrator's decision against TEP's proposal. Thanks so much for your time.
Bernice Vanovic.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Bernice Vanover. I am president of Pueblo Gardens Neighborhood Association, and we are behind the TEP going overhead at 36th and Kino. We don't have a problem with that because they did change their route from Campbell to Martin, and we appreciate that. Thank you for your time. It's short and sweet, and I hope you have a good night.
I'm sorry, I'm having microphone issues, but thank you, Ms. Vanover. Really appreciate you. Aaron Paxton.
Mayor and Council, thanks for hearing me today. My name is Aaron Paxton. I'm a resident of the Desert Mallow Neighborhood Association. And Desert Mallow used to be North University, if you're not familiar. There's a reason why this project is important to me, because if TEP goes through with their proposed route, that will bisect my neighborhood and bisect it along a very residential street. We're talking Adams, okay? And if we're putting up 75-foot poles along Adams, that's going to be most likely in people's front yards. So I know we're talking about intersections specifically today. We could talk about that. The intersection of Broadway and Euclid has been repeatedly recognized as an integral part of the historic fabric of Tucson. It's protected by COT policies, ordinances, including the Scenic Gateway Corridors, University Area Plan, and the Sunshine Mile Urban Overlay District. The intersection is located within the Sunshine Mile National Register Historic District and adjacent to the Iron Horse National Register Historic District. Similarly, the intersection of Grand and Oracle is also protected under major streets and routes and has been recently undergone a major improvement project. And I feel like this is really counter to that. So TEP will tell you this is going to be too expensive to go underground, and you saw their scare tactics today. They're going to show you the ugliest possible solution if you have to go underground at an intersection. But there is a third way. You can go underground beyond that intersection. So it doesn't have to be that solution. There is another solution out there. They'll argue to you that it's far too expensive. I remember when I first got involved with this, they were telling me $7 million to go underground per mile. Then I heard 9, then I heard 11, then I heard 15. I know inflation's going up, but their number is going up faster than inflation. And so they're always going to throw cost out there. Now, I don't want to burden our residents with more fees, more taxes, or anything like that either. Fortis is a multi-billion-dollar company. They can afford this. And Dan has done really good research on the actual true cost of undergrounding. So, in conclusion, Tucson is a city that values the rule of law, right? And the zoning examiner made the right choice. He made the right decision in saying that TEP had to go underground at these intersections. And I understand this is a microcosm of a bigger topic that we're deliberating here. But exempting a large corporation from the law, I think really sends the wrong message about how we do business here in Tucson. Now, you guys today, earlier, made a very, what I would say, not necessarily an easy decision in rejecting Project Blue. I commend you for that. And I think similarly here, we need to make the right decision. So I ask that you reject their appeal and you make them go underground at these intersections. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burton. JP Salvatierra.
Madam Mayor, Councilman, my name is JP Salvatierra. I'm a real estate broker here in Tucson, and I've looked at a number of these issues with Tucson Electric Power and their what I would call murder poles that are so close to the easement that if there's continuous repavement of the asphalt on the street, the easement curbing becomes less and less to a point that it can easily jump and impact one of those poles. Now, that's one aspect of it, okay? One thing I really needed to get a feel for is what is the second tier tax that we as the community will pay for that you have agreed to as a cost of judgments and lawsuits that involve negligent homicide or wrongful death claims associated with Tucson Electric Power's poles on these easements. Now, first of all, as a point of information, the National Weather Service has made numerous identifications of tornadic events throughout the Tucson Valley. Now, what that means is that these storms can work like a microburst or spill around. And what happens with it is that it becomes a threat to these electric lines. Just this last summer, there was a whole section about a mile long off Ina Road that was blocked out. I think it was between Oracle and La Canada. And it's not immune to this kind of a crisis. Okay, so hear me out in this. I have a dream. And as a Tucson resident, I concur with Daniel Dempsey and Kathy McLaughlin in the sense of pride and beauty that we want to see and secure and maintain for the Tucson landscape. So all these massive poles, all this congestion along our easements and in any place they want it. That's the thing. Tucson Electric Power has no regard for safety and the pursuit of their direction. Now, we're the mecca for bicycling, but we also have an extremely high incidence of mortality from pedestrians and bicyclists being killed on the road by these hit-and-run drivers. One that even impacted my family with my cousin passing away this last month. And I look at that and I say, the Living Streets Alliance and their Cyclovia events are all trying to produce these ideal platforms for the bicyclists, for the pedestrians to ride parallel with the roads and to be safe. So in my vision of this kind of a situation, I don't want to see all these little plastic impact things all over the road and these massive concrete balls, oh, don't go here, we'll narrow the road and you'll be safer. No, I want to see the pedestrian and the bicycle path that is directly separate and parallel to the major roads within metropolitan Tucson in a 20 by 20 mile grid that's surrounded by the Huckleberry Loop. And in that, on these major grids, we will have, just like Phoenix, 161 kilovolt twin access lines undergrounded alongside of the accompanying access and ability to put in fiber optics that the city and the county own together. I don't want to buy any of TEP's old infrastructure. It's obsolete. I want to see this entire valley put underground. And at the same time, as a cost-efficient method, we get the benefit of ownership through the municipal public utilities.
Thank you,
All I have.
Mr.
Thank you.
Salvatierra. Thank you. All righty. Betsy Larson.
Hello. Oh. Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Betsy Larson. I'm president of the West University Neighborhood Association. I come before you, mayor and council, advocating for your denial of TEP's request to circumvent our city's laws. Tucson deserves better. We deserve investment that is driven by the community rather than CEO bonuses. For years, TEP has convinced Tucsonans that undergrounding of new utilities is not feasible. They have scared and divided our community with the threat of rate hikes. As it turns out, they're raising our rates anyway. Meanwhile, we continue to receive subpar investment. All neighborhoods and core economic centers deserve undergrounding of new utilities. We know climate change is happening. Storms are stronger. We have watched as our roadways and neighborhood streets are increasingly littered with endless poles and cables. Our unique $1 million views that bring in close to $3 billion a year in tourism dollars. Those view sheds are disappearing. This is an economic issue. This is a safety issue. No home, school, or dense public space should have high-power transmission lines swaying above them. The zoning examiner was correct in his assessment. Our gateway corridors must be protected. We should expect TEP to follow our laws. We must also look ahead. Through this experience, we have witnessed the Arizona Corporation Commission fail to protect both consumers and our community. So it's up to us. All of the community members, we need to create, update, and strengthen our neighborhood plans. And the city can do its part with zoning protections. The community corridor tool was a great first step in infill that is desperately needed to address both ecological and societal strains. We must recognize that infill, density, and above-ground utilities are not compatible. Phoenix Metro has recognized this dilemma by requiring the undergrounding of dozens of miles of transmission lines. We can do the same. May we start this conversation of expanding regulatory protections by enforcing the protections we already have in place. Please uphold the zoning examiner's assessment because Tucson does deserve better. And in addition to that, I would also like to say that it's really frustrating to see TEP sell our city short and only offer riser options at these intersections. Why not invest properly and underground a couple miles of lines? This intersection is only the beginning of the fight for all of our neighborhoods. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Larson. That was the last card for this public hearing, but I do want to ask if there's anyone else in the audience wishing to be heard on this issue. You can speak now. Okay, I'm not seeing any. If not, I may have a motion to close the public hearings. There is a motion.
Seconded.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion to close the public hearing? Hearing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Alrighty, the public hearing is closed. What is the council's pleasure on these items?
And Honorable Mayor, the order of proceedings, the applicant does get an opportunity to respond to or rebut the comment that came up during the public hearing before the mayor and council deliberate on your decision.
Is the applicant willing to rebut?
The rebuttal is going to be short. There are feelings that this is TEP's attempt to violate city law. It's actually quite the opposite. We are trying to comply with city law. City law says utilities shall be undergrounded in a gateway route unless certain conditions are met for these perpendicular crossings, and that's what it issues. So that's it. We support the attorney's office's recommendations in terms of the choices you have before you, and as I said before, look forward to your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. What is the council's pleasure on these items?
Mayor Romero, I'm, this has been a discussion for years. I remember where I was when I first learned about this, 4 or 5 years ago? That being said, I might have my own thoughts on undergrounding. Ward 5 residents, through the intensive engagement that TEP had done with them, had no opposition to overhead lines. And so, that being said, the one in particular of interest that I would be in support of overhead lining would be Keno Boulevard. I'm unsure as to how I would proceed with Broadway and Euclid, though.
Mr. Attorney, can you help us with this particular, do we do it one at a time, or do we
Sure.
do it at the
So they
three?
should each be voted on one at a time. I would suggest starting with the 36 in Keno. If there's a motion to approve, to grant the appeal and reverse the zoning examiner's decision, however, subject to the conditions as recommended by staff in attachment, I think it's F.
Okay. So that's your motion, Councilmember Perez, to move to approve the appeal request with any additional conditions the mayor and council deem necessary and appropriate.
Second.
So there is a motion and a second, and there's further discussion. Councilmember Dahl.
I have a question. What are the conditions? So I don't have to look it up on my computer.
It's actually a fairly extensive list. It's in your materials, attachment F. It includes that a development package in compliance with the revised preliminary development plan required reports dated January 24th is submitted and approved in accordance with requirements. TEP to comply with all conditions listed in the approved certificate of environmental compatibility. That's the CEC that was considered in the docket by the ACC. Historic or prehistoric features or artifacts discovered during the future ground disturbing activities must be reported to the City of Tucson Historic Preservation Officer pursuant to ARS 41865. Discovery of human remains and associated objects found on private lands in Arizona must be reported also to the Director of the Arizona State Museum. Condition 4, any relocation, modification of existing utilities or public improvements necessitated by the proposed development shall be at no expense to the public. Condition 5, 5 years are allowed from the date of initial authorization to implement and effectuate all the code requirements and conditions of the granting of the special exception. Then a series of land use and compatibility conditions. 6, transmission pole height is not to exceed 92 feet. 7, subsurface installation will require a submittal to RWRD utility coordination. 8, TEP to notify Planning and Development Services Department of any route or pole placement changes prior to submitting for right-of-way permit with DTM, our Department of Transportation and Mobility. 9, TEP to collaborate with each neighborhood and/or neighborhood association that parallels the project intersection. I want to make sure this one refers to Oracle and Grant, but as I'm reading it, but this is for the 36 in Keno. Pole finishes may include weathered steel, galvanized, or painted. It's more conditions with respect to the finish. 10th, TEP to remove the 46 kV substations and lines. And 11, to remove existing parallel overhead lower voltage distribution lines underground. So those are the general conditions. They've been tailored for each of the individual intersections as they apply.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Alrighty. Any others? Councilmember Ulick?
Thank you. I want to appreciate the folks who have come to speak and TEP for presenting your perspective. We all, last summer, I think, sat through a good month's worth of ACC line siting subcommittee or committee meetings. I really want to give a shout out to Dan Dempsey, a volunteer who had, filed to have standing, I guess, or status to be at that table to offer expert testimony. And I'm telling you, the depth of knowledge is just deeply respected and appreciated. I don't know what we would do as a city without folks like Dan who volunteered that much time. I will be supporting the zoning examiner. I typically do. It's very unusual for me to not agree with either the zoning examiner or the planning commission because I do believe they know more than me. And so that's one thing. There are kind of broader questions. I appreciate hearing from the neighborhood. I really hear you loud and clear, and I respect your council members listening to exactly what you're willing to accept in this case. Part of the struggle for me is, even on the map we received, it shows the route that's been approved, but the line siting committee also did say, or you can do Campbell Avenue, right? They didn't rule out Campbell Avenue. And I think the cost estimate that I can't remember all the numbers, but was it around $60 million to have to underground along, right? And now we're saying 3 intersections are gonna cost, what, 20 million? How much are each of these? Didn't you say 6 million per intersection? So 18 million? I thought that's what you just testified. Am I permitted to speak? I'm sorry, I didn't.
Yes, no, he can address the question because the rules allow a direct questioning of the applicant.
Sure, yeah, and I'm happy to answer any more. The preliminary engineering estimate to underground at Broadway and Euclid, which would include the riser structures that I talked about, and sort of the shortest span of undergrounding, which would be like the cheapest span, was an additional $5.9 million. And
6
again,
million.
Yeah, 6
Okay.
million. The overall,
So at one intersection.
At one, yeah. To put that into context, the overall budget for the entire 8.5 mile line is 19. So it has a huge impact on costs. The actual impact on costs is unknowable here. It is, because we don't have final designs. But yes, it is not insignificant.
Thank you, I appreciate it. It's just a lot to process, but what just occurred to me, having sat through last summer, is 60 million to do all of Campbell, 18 million to do these 3 intersections. It's been challenging, and I respect the opinions and positions of my colleagues. I really do. The notion that all of this will absolutely have to be passed on to ratepayers, it's challenging, right? We've been in a lot of dialogue on a lot of things right now and of late. And these were agreements that we thought we had, right? And that cost wouldn't be the factor. And I don't know what the total cost of this legal process has been. You must believe that it's long-term gonna save a lot of money because there will be other instances where undergrounding will not be what you want to do. But I can't support the motion, and I'm gonna hold to the zoning examiner's recommendations.
Councilmember Cunningham?
So a few things. I'm going to do this one and talk about this one specific intersection because I'm going to side with the neighbors on it, specifically this one, but I wish the neighbors would ask for more, like an underground credit for some of the other residential lines in the neighborhood. If there's a place they want, if there's like a line going across a park or something, they could get that at least undergrounded. The whole process to me is we made the rules for a reason, and I happen to live on Kolb Road, off of Kolb Road, which has both sides of the street with transmission lines, and it isn't pleasant. and I've not liked it forever. And I can't stand driving to other communities in Arizona and there's no overhead lines. And one of the things that's come up is our mountains and our views, and we have the most aggressive overhead lines utility partner in what I feel is the state. So that's my first thing. The second thing is your lineup card with the photos. You ever heard of unduly suggested lineup? That's when, back in the day, I love the lawyers laughing at that. That's like when back in the day, they have a police lineup with 5 guys and they put in like 10 fat guys and 1 skinny guy, and the 1 skinny guy is a suspect. That's what these pictures tell me, is you made the worst possible picture to make. So that's not sincere. That's not sincere. And you guys came out, you went and got 25% in 3 years, and you asked for another 14% on top of the 25% you got the previous decade on top of that with the 4% from 1998 to 2010. Something's gonna give. You remember my newsletter 6 years ago when I said you weren't a good community partner? And we kind of made up, we kissed and made up. And to be fair, the 2 guys you got working government liaisons, I mean, Joe and Stephen are great guys. They're excellent. They're totally responsive to me. They're good people. But I am so frustrated with TEP and the decisions that your team is making. So your feet are to the fire. For me, I'm gonna side with the neighbors because they're here and I got your back. And besides, the overhead line does look better because of the way that, I got you. But at the end of the day, I think y'all should ask for more. I mean, not only did they get 3 rate increases, RUCO, which is the official government office that advises, recommended against it. And the Bought and Sold Corporation Commission agreed to it. So I'm not within. I've already said, for the record, I'm not even sure if we should renew the franchise agreement. We've now gone to the voters twice, and this model is flawed. We do not answer to Canadian stockholders. That's just not what our utility should be doing. So for me, I'm gonna vote for this one, but the other 2 are a big fat no. And not only that, I think we should add a condition that you don't get to do the stanchion thing. I think we should add those conditions in. And I'm fine with that. That's what I'm willing to do. That's kind of where I'm at for the next 2 items. But we've got some things to fix with TEP because we just went through that franchise agreement process and I had to sit there defending them, and a lot of people are super, super upset with you guys, and I'm not gonna carry that water.
Any others? Councilman Lee?
I just have a quick clarifying question for TEP. I hear from the neighbors, I hear the frustration, I hear the concern. The one piece that I would like to confirm is really who would be paying the cost of the $5.9 million difference on Broadway and Euclid, because I've heard from Ward 4 residents that we too live by giant transmission lines, and asking the rest of the community to pay higher rates so that one area of town doesn't have to look at transmission lines doesn't feel very fair to some folks in other parts of town. So I'm just trying to understand who actually pays, because I've heard that they're not supposed to pay. The ratepayers are not supposed to have to pay for it, but it sounds like we do. So how does it actually work?
Attorney Rankin, I'm not sure it's my place to give the council true legal advice on this, but I will say this from a rate structure. So the costs of any capital investment, of any project like this, particularly for a transmission line, are simultaneously borne through the FERC rate, the federal rate for wholesale transmission customers, is a piece of it, but the bulk of it could be passed through ratepayers through a rate case. A concern that exists is there's nobody in this room, not one person, who can say for certainty how that will go about. There is an active situation at the commission right now involving the town of Sedona, where through their ordinances, I think, there was a requirement to underground a water storage tank. Despite the utility and the town staff stipulating on how that funding would be covered and sort of socialized in a way that's the least impactful on a per customer basis. This commission did order on its own a surcharge only to Town of Sedona residents. And so the rate-making process is one that is controlled by the commission. And the commission has their own views of the world, which often conflict with our local views of the world. And so to say how it's going to be recovered, it's an impossible question to answer. But there's risk that it's going to be borne by City of Tucson residents.
I appreciate
If
you
that's
clarifying
helpful.
that, because like Councilmember Cunningham said, I know folks are very tired of seeing their electric bills going up, and it's really hot, and everybody's electric bills are really high right now. So I'll just put it out there that based on what I hear from folks in Ward 4, they do not see this as a fair situation across the city. So I will be voting to just personally accept the appeal and not share the cost of this across all ratepayers, if we can avoid that for the three. But I understand where everyone's coming from, and it sounds like the votes are probably there, but that's just kind of a perspective from what I hear from Ward 4 folks often.
Any others? Councilmember Ulick?
And I really appreciate that, Councilmember Lee, and it's a persuasive point that you make. And, you know, looking forward, I would say that in order to address those kinds of concerns, I mean, we established gateway corridors. And so if we, I guess that's the crux of the zoning examiner's recommendation, that those were established by mayor and council with certain rules and expectations and requirements. And so I just wanted to clarify that that's what I'm trying to hold to.
Any others?
A couple
Councilmember
things in rebuttal.
Cunningham.
Look, even if this only costs $12 million, because you're gonna get one of them, you're gonna get Keno. So let's say this costs $12 million. That's $4 amortized over 10 years per ratepayer, over 60 months. That's like 8 cents. So you're not gonna sell me that this should be affecting rates that much. You can't go back to a 14% increase when we're talking on 220,000 residential accounts and 360,000 commercial accounts, and tell me that you gotta raise everybody $30 a month when you gotta raise only $12 million over 10 years. You're just not gonna sell me on that. So that's kind of why I'm like, wait a minute, not so fast. Your math isn't mathing. It's the same discussion we had last time I talked to you guys, where you're carrying $160 million in debt service, you're carrying $600 million in O&M, and you're reporting total revenues at $1.3 million. Your stockholders are only allowed to get $137 million of that. So where's the other $340 million? That's why I'm so frustrated with this whole situation. And for me, it's kind of messed up our town a little bit. We had the opportunity to start undergrounding a long time ago. So I'm super sensitive to this. I just don't think we've been where we are. I've tried to help you guys out. I suggested having underground credits where if it made sense, fine, we'll do the thing. But at least we could have a place where we underground at other spots. Or, hey, if you want these exemptions, that's fine. Then at least sign something that says you're not gonna raise rates for 2 years if we're gonna save all this money. But we didn't get either of those things. So what are we really talking about? Because we're not talking about good faith.
You know, I just want to add, and Councilmember Perez, I understand, you know, you've had conversations with your residents. I agree with Councilmember Cunningham that as neighborhoods, we should be asking for more, adding funds for aesthetics and beautification. There is a reason why we have scenic corridors in our community. And, you know, the city of Tucson, especially in areas of historic disinvestment, this mayor and council have moved to add infrastructure and beautification efforts to areas right there on 36th and Kino. Las Vistas and Western Hills. This is a project that is near and dear to my heart. The city of Tucson with federal funds is adding more than $20 million to this area, trees, safe routes to school, so many amenities to make sure that aesthetically the people in this area receive the much needed and well-deserved investment. But I do understand if that's what the community wants to do, work with TEP, make sure that TEP is a good partner with you. But I agree with Councilmember Cunningham that that's as far as I'm willing to go. I think that as a scenic corridor, Broadway and Euclid are important that we keep the same, and Oracle and Grant is an area that, again, we're trying to invest in infrastructure and beautification efforts, right? That's a Thrive in the 05, and we need to make sure that we continue investing in our community. Aesthetically, I think that in looking at the simulations, it really looks horrendous on Oracle and Grant. It doesn't look as bad based on the simulation on Kino and 36th, but that's where I am. I will support on this, but I think that it's important that the other two corridors are protected, and that we, ask TEP to make the investment. So we have a motion on the floor. Anyone else that wants to add?
I would actually be amenable to withdrawing my motion.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
I think if anything, it sounds as though it might be, and I'm not sure if we decided to proceed with.
I think, I'll be honest with you, I think that we should do 36 in Kino because the actual simulation looks better and the neighbors have already kind of made their deal. I think that the neighbors should go back to TEP and try to get some extra, but I'm willing to do that tonight because we got to respect what our constituents want, and at the end of the day, it's a double whammy. The constituents said, hey, we'd rather have the overground because they're going around the one place, and on the picture it actually looks better. So I get that part, but for the other two, no. And so that's kind of my thing. I think it would be irresponsible to try to go back and get a community benefits agreement or something like that right now for this, because I've already put enough bad faith with TEP out there, so I think we'll be fine in negotiations going forward.
Okay. Right.
And Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I just want to accurately read the last two conditions that are in fact specific to the 36 in Kino. I mentioned that there were tailored conditions for each of the three with respect to land use and compatibility, and this goes somewhat to Councilmember Cunningham's point. The two additional conditions specific to the 36 and Kino location would be, and this is if you grant the special exception, but with these additional conditions. 9, TEP shall remove, including along the north side of 36th Street, all 46 kV substations and lines, including wires, poles, and other equipment that are no longer required as a result of the upgraded 138 kV substation and transmission line, period. Removals are estimated to begin in 2027 and complete by 2037, based on an estimated in-service date for the Vine substation and associated 138 kV transmission line in 2027. TEP is coordinate and work with both PDSD and DTM on meeting this condition. And then condition 10, TEP shall remove all existing parallel overhead lower voltage distribution lines, shall move them underground, currently located within the same road right-of-way as the project as constructed. TEP shall notify all joint use attachers within 6 months of certificate approval so they can begin to relocate their facilities.
I have a question, Mr. Rankin. how do we proceed? Because it seems as though there's a certain direction that my colleagues on the council and I want to proceed in. Does this give TEP an additional layer of appeal, or what's the process as we move forward with what we have as an option right now?
Mayor Romero, members of the council. So this is the final step in the decision-making process with respect to your decision on appeal. What you act tonight, you either grant or you deny the appeals, thereby either reversing or affirming the decision of the zoning examiner. With the additional condition if they are imposed. After that, that's the end of the road in terms of the administrative proceedings. TEP could seek judicial relief and file an action in Pima County Superior Court seeking a special action relief from what your decision is here.
Can TEP...
If it's a denial.
Can TEP approach our attorney's office so that they can... that you all can speak before there's any appeal to the Superior Court? In other words,
Certainly.
can you all attorneys talk and see if this is something that TEP can agree with?
Certainly, those conversations could always occur. What I would not have the authority to do would be to disturb the decision of the mayor and council.
Okay. All righty. So, Councilmember Ulick?
So just a question, because I thought I had heard at the introduction of this, or maybe you said, Mike, one option would be to say yes on two, not on the other. Now I don't know where we are, but it sounds like we might be yes on one and no on two. So I guess my question is, we've closed the public hearing, and I think maybe what the mayor's question is, if the direction is no on two, yes on this one, do we need to continue this item to allow for more understanding, or?
Councilmember Ulick, I would say no.
And I don't suggest that that's Councilmember Dahl's motion at this time for Grant and Oracle, but I just am trying to process how this is getting.
Councilmember Ulick, I would say no, you don't have to do that. I think the point of making that point at the beginning was to let you know that in the event that the first two were in fact approved, 36th and Keno and Oracle and Grant, then TPE would be prepared to withdraw its application for special exception with respect to Broadway and Euclid, which would mean they wouldn't be able to pursue any relief in Superior Court because they would have withdrawn that. But you are free to make your decision on each of the three. If ultimately it's to grant the relief at Keno, but not at Broadway and Euclid, and not at Grant and Oracle, then those are your decisions, and then they have a decision to make.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Lee.
I'll just say, just super quick, Paul, you did change my perspective in the fact of putting it at 8 cents. So I understand that. I appreciate that extra context. I'm just very sensitive to asking everyone to pay for things that are only going to benefit in certain areas, and that's kind of how some of the sentiment is. So I will support what we decide to do on this front because it is such a small amount of money, but I'm just very, very sensitive to how we move forward.
And to be
with this.
fair, it's between 8 and 27 cents.
Okay, 8 and 27 cents. Okay, I think that is acceptable for the folks, but that's just the bigger piece that's resonating for me right now.
Also, as mayor and council, we're the board of our own utility, water utility, and I know that as a board of our water utility, we put away money for capital investments. So I know that there's room for capital investments in a utility company if they're doing responsible investments and planning. So just wanted to add that. Councilmember Dahl, and then I don't know, Councilmember Perez, if you had your hand up. Okay, go ahead.
So coming into this, I reviewed that the staff recommend that we overturn all three and allow above-ground transmission lines at all three intersections. Is that right? But that there was this other option of Keno and 36th and Grant and Oracle, we agreeing to it with a provision that would be on each of those motions subject to TEP withdrawing their appeal for Broadway and Euclid. To me, Broadway and Euclid is the most important, and I was leaning towards that, and I think I still am. I hope that that also encourages TEP to look seriously about undergrounding into the neighborhoods north of there, because I think that's significant and that's going to be a big fight no matter what. But by taking it out of the potential for appeal, that's what's appealing to me, because we can vote and it won't resolve it because I assume that there would be further legal appeals and further expense. So that's what I'm leaning. And I don't know if I need to encourage my colleague, Councilmember Perez, to put in that provision when I do Grant and Oracle, and I assume I will because it's Ward 3. And my thinking about Grant and Oracle is there's transmission lines down Grant. Having that one little thing as a scenic window doesn't make sense to me. I like what we're doing in Thrive in the 05, and it has improved. I mean, Milagro and Oracle is you see that from McGarry's is a good-looking business on that corner. Well, we still have Circle K. We still have a car sale. But to have a few lines over that in exchange for certainty on Broadway and Euclid, I thought that was a good deal. So that's how I'm leaning. Thank you.
I would concur.
Alrighty, so we need that in the form of a motion?
Yes, I mean, if you want to proceed down that path, what I'd recommend at this point then, withdraw the motion that was 36 Keno specific. You can make that motion, Councilmember Dahl, if you're so inclined, that the council approve the two with the condition that the Broadway Euclid be withdrawn, and then we'll see what happens. That's fine by me.
Yes. Seconded.
Alrighty, hold on. Please repeat the motion.
As I understand it, well, first of all, is the first motion withdrawn? And it's agreed to with this by who made the second? Yes. Okay. So from what I understand, the appropriate motion would be to grant the appeals with respects to 36 in Keno and to grant an Oracle subject to all of the conditions as recommended in the PDSD recommended conditions in the reports, and the additional condition that no relief is sought by TEP with respect to the Broadway and Euclid intersection.
Paul wants to do them one at a time.
I'll move the motion forward.
Seconded.
Alright, so there is a motion and a second. And Councilmember, you're free to do it as you'd like. I just want to make sure that Councilmember Dahl is satisfied with including Grant and Oracle on that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Alrighty, so then there's a motion and a second. And
Is there any point of information that can outline exactly what?
there's further discussion, JP, and please stop interrupting our meetings. Please stop interrupting our meetings. So there is a motion and there's a second if there's any further discussion. Councilmember Cunningham.
Look, they said they do Broadway and Euclid anyway, and we're gonna I'm okay granting them 36th. I'm okay with 2/3 of this motion. Unfortunately, Grand Oracle is a poison pill. I think that we can't put overhead lines where there are no overhead lines right now. We should not do that. I'm not gonna be cool with that. And what's the point of me having expectations for people if I'm not gonna have expectations for our partners? So what I'd say is we should do these one at a time.
Let's see if this one passes.
But if this doesn't pass, I think we should do these one at a time. That's what I'll say.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this motion? I think we need to get a roll call.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Cunningham?
No.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Mixulic?
No.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
And I left out Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, sorry.
Aye.
Alrighty, motion passes. So we have direction. Please interpret.
What I would like is for TEP to confirm on the record that based on that, they will in fact withdraw the request for special exception relief with respect to Broadway and Euclid.
As stated, TEP hereby withdraws the appeal of the special exception denial for Broadway and Euclid.
Anything else? Alrighty, so motion passes 5-2. Alrighty, we move on to item 11.
Public hearing amendment to the Grant Alvernon Area Plan, Resolution Number 23960.
City Manager's Communication Number 223 dated August 6th is received into and made part of the record. This is a time and place legally advertised for a public hearing to take formal action on the Grant Alvernon Area Plan. The planning area is approximately 3.5 miles within the central portion of the city of Tucson. It encompasses the 7 neighborhoods in the Grant and Alvernon area, as well as a section in the northeast of the planning area that is not covered by a neighborhood association. The area is bounded by Fort Laurel Road to the north, Columbus Boulevard and Swan Road to the east, Country Club Road to the west, and Speedway Boulevard on the south. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Please come forward when I call your name and make your presentation. State your name, whether you live in the city, whom you are representing, and whether or not you are a paid speaker. Ms. Clerk, do we have any speakers?
No, Your Honor.
Alrighty, we do not have any speakers. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to be heard on this item? Alrighty, Mr. Salvatierra, and then we'll call them one at a time. Can you please use the higher mic?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Councilman. In all our future forecast for quality and attractive beauty of our community, all the essential elements that we put into each neighborhood are really more in point what we want to have as a long-term goal. Now, as an example, if TEP wants to put in their higher poles and they have to take down their 41 kV system, well, I guess that's a part of our expense. And then, like buying a car at a dealership that says we finance. Okay, well, they just float the paper and you sign to purchase the car, and they add their 8 to 12% on the interest, and they get that right off the top. Well, TEP would float paper, and then the public would have to pay to that excess cost that, I don't know whether it was 8 or 12%. It's a guaranteed markup for their stockholders. And we would, in essence, have to pay them a higher rate to conform to a more attractive and resilient Tucson landscape and beauty.
Mr. Salvatierra, this item is for the Grant and Alvernon Area Plan. This is not the previous item.
Right.
Do you have any commentary on the Grant Alvernon Area Plan?
The Grant Alvernon area has many of these tall poles, and the overall identity that I spoke to before was simply the fact that the neighborhoods need to have a quality and an attractiveness that increases their property value. Now, presently, we have a system where the property value is denoted by how great the tax, the bond debt service is. It has nothing to do with the realistic value of the property anymore. So if we try to create more value in those properties by the quality of the overall concept that we engender for these neighborhoods like Grant and Alvernon, that will be more attractive, that will draw more people, our higher tourism, all these appurtenant things that create value. There are a number of resort hotels in that area. The traffic and the attractiveness of the entire neighborhood has to be contiguous with every other neighborhood so that everyone's value increases at a level that is at or withstanding the same as the debt service for the bonds that cover their payment. So that's essentially all I have. We have some long-term goals, not just short-term things that we have to incur. Thank you.
Alrighty, is there another audience member that would like to speak on this item? Come on forward. Please make sure that you mention your name and state your name, whether you live in the city, whom you are representing, and whether you or not you're a paid speaker.
Okay, my name is Vicki France. I live at the 3400 block of East Seneca Street. And for 8 years, Ms. Kotwicka and I have been working on the Grant Alvernon Area Plan. As was mentioned, we cover 7 neighborhoods, almost 35,000 people. And 8 years ago, when Ms. Kotwicka wanted a person to guide this process, I thought I could do that. I know what planning and zoning is. I knew that 7 neighborhoods to get an area plan done would need a lot of help. So we proceeded on, and at our first meeting of 7 neighborhoods, I was amazed at the depth and the diversity of the talent we had to get this done. So I will just say, with the support of Rebecca Roop, Corin Manning, and their matrix, we got it done. So I will fast forward and say that we consulted with all of the departments. They were good and supportive of us. And finally, by 2022, we had all the parts done, but we needed someone to make this document ready for your review. And Steve Kosachik came to help us with that. And so finally, I want to say that we are extremely proud of the work of the people listed on the cover sheet of this document. It's a great example of citizen planning. They express the vision for what they have of their homes and their neighborhoods, and they are the central section of this town. They are like the living, breathing lung of this town. So I would request that you approve it.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Any other members of the audience wishing to speak? I don't see. Ronnie?
Sorry, meeting over.
Thank you all for your time. This has been a long process for all of us. We were interrupted by COVID, but truly not. We maintained our persistence.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you state your name?
Yes, right. I'm sorry. You all know me. I'm Ronnie Kotwicka. I'm a native Tucsonan, grew up in historic Glenmanelm, have been in Palo Verde for 50 plus years. And I have been steering this boat for the last number of years. When Vicki said she had had enough, we needed to cross the finish line. Like she said, we started this almost 8 years ago with all the background, and we appreciate all of the support that we have had. Our former city manager, when I approached him and said, we really need someone who is a consultant from Tucson, who knows the city, knows the streets, and doesn't put Glen in where Pima is. We had to go through those ad nauseum, time and time again, because they kept making their own determinations of where our streets were. So we had finally gotten that straightened out. We looked at upgrading the cover because it was pretty old and pretty tired looking, and we have now submitted it to you, and as I said, I'm hoping that we cross the finish line tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronnie. Alrighty, if there's no others wanting to be heard on this item, I need a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Your Honor.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of closing the public hearing, please signify by saying aye.
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 I just have a.
Any against? Motion carries. This public hearing is closed. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23960 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23960 relating to planning and zoning, approving an update of the Grant Alvernon Area Plan in case TP AMD 0625007 for properties bounded by Speedway Boulevard on the south, Fort Lowell Road on the north, Swan Road and Columbus Boulevard on the east, and Country Club Road on the west, and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move resolution, and that we move and adopt resolution number 23960.
Second.
There is a motion and a second to pass and adopt Resolution 23960.
And may I express great thanks and admiration for the citizens who worked so hard.
Yes.
I watched you from afar. Occasionally there'd be a flurry of emails where something needed to be done, and I noticed you got something done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your work. We know that this is volunteer work and that you do it for the love of our community, not just your neighborhood, not just your area. So thank you so much for the time invested in it. Any others?
I want a point of personal privilege.
Councilmember Cunningham?
So first of all, thank you for your work on Grand Alvernon. I've had a crazy year, so Ronnie and Rollin, I just wanted to tell you guys how much I love you. And, you know, with Reed and just all the stuff that I don't get to say enough, and yeah, I think about my dad. I just wanted to tell you guys how much it was fun to see you all these years on the council. We never got to really talk and reconnect, but both of you had amazing impacts from Parks and Rec to Rincon High School in my life. And so thank you so much for everything you do for our city.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember. Any others? All righty. Hearing none, we need to go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Pettis?
Aye.
McSulik? Vice Mayor Santa Cruz? Aye. Mayor Romero?
Aye. Resolution 23960 passes by a vote of 7-0. So you took it through across the line. Thank you so much. Thank you. Item 12.
Zoning City Manager's Report Ordinance Adoption, TP MOD 0924009, Los Reales Pad Major Change, MH1 R1 to Pad 14.
City Manager's Communication Number 217 dated August 6th is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone the Los Reales Pad, Pad 14. The proposed change will add additional parcels to the pad boundary, reflecting the current conditions of the site and the surrounding area. The proposal also streamlines the pad districts to reflect the vision for the new Los Reales Sustainability Campus, and establishes also establishes conceptual activity areas within the campus district. It also makes various changes to the development regulations within the PAD. The proposed update would also change the name of the Los Reales PAD to the Los Reales Sustainability Campus PAD. The city manager and zoning examiner recommend approval of the rezoning request. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council, Lexi Wellett, located, or with the Planning Center located down here in downtown Tucson.
Are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
We certainly are.
Thank you so much. We are too.
Thank you so much.
We are too. All righty, so Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 12183 by number and title.
Ordinance number 12183 relating to zoning, amending zoning district boundaries in the area located at 5115 East Los Reales Road, east of Swan Road and south of Los Reales Road, and southwest of Interstate 10 in case TP MOD 0924009, Los Reales Planned Area Development, MH1 and R1 to Pad 14, and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
I'd like to motion to approve the request as presented and pass and adopt ordinance number 12183.
There is a motion. Second. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Councilmember Dahl.
So I have one concern, and this is great. This is the direction we need to be going to implement our climate action plan. It's really exciting and really important. But I do have one concern. We're violating air quality standards and been served by Pima County Department of Environmental Quality. And I've talked to the city manager about this. If this was an outside applicant, I would be grilling them. What are you doing? I kind of happen to know what we're doing, but I just want to get it on the record that I think it's important that we solve this problem as soon as we can, and so that we're not creating unsafe conditions for people who work and live nearby, there and live nearby. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Other than that, this is really wonderful in so many different ways, and aligning this pad with all of the vision that we have for Los Reales Sustainability Campus, expanding the boundary to another 44 acres, updating the land use plan to include 3 functional areas: waste reclamation, eco-commerce, and community resources, plus newly envisioned expanded open space and tree planting in the area. So many more things that we've worked on for this. So thank you all so much. Let's go to roll call. I didn't ask if anyone else wanted to, so we're just going to roll call.
We're tired.
Okay, Mr. Cunningham. Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Pettis?
Aye.
Zulik? Aye. Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12183 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 13.
Adjournment?
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, August 19th at or after 5:30 p.m. Thank you all so much. Have a wonderful rest of your week.